Morning, Enrique. Sven, you look very nice.
Good morning, Sven. Okay, looks like we have a bunch of folks. Great. Good morning, everyone. We're going to give a couple more minutes for people to settle in. Looks like we still have some folks that are joining. For anybody that's on the call right now, please remember to mute yourself unless you're speaking. Thank you. Good. Okay. Okay, folks, we're going to get started. Good morning. Good morning, CALGreen workshop participants. For the record, my name is Enrique M. Rodriguez, Associate Construction Analyst with the California Building Standards Commission. For the record, today is September 22nd, 2022, and today's meeting is scheduled from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Welcome to the fourth CALGreen Electric Vehicle Workshop, CEVW meeting, hosted by the California Building Standards Commission, the Division of the State Architect, and the Department of Housing and Community Development. Before we get started, I would like to go through some housekeeping items and a high-level overview of the notice agenda. So everybody should have this workshop notice. Basically, we'll be giving the instructions on the YouTube and how to participate in today's meeting. We have the bulk of the agenda today is going to be concentrated on agenda item 2, which is going to be 2A through 2I, which is where the state agencies are going to be presenting the proposed code changes for this intervening code cycle. I'll do initially a brief overview with state agencies. Yes, question?
We have a hand raised.
Okay.
Nicholas.
Nicholas?
Sorry, that was an accident.
Okay, that's okay, no worries. We'll do some introductions and then we'll get straight to the proposed code changes. Then item 3, we're gonna do some support documentation and cost benefit, basically describing the next steps moving forward, kind of some of the rulemaking process, and then also our timeline for where we're gonna be going from this pre-cycle into the actual code advisory and eventually to the commission meeting. Then we'll have 15 minutes to talk about items not related on the agenda, and then we'll have 20 minutes to maybe discuss some action items, and then we'll adjourn. So with that said, we're going to get started. Notice is hereby given that the California Building Standards Commission, the Division of the State Architect, the Department of Housing and Community Development, and staff have convened a CALGreen electric vehicle workshop meeting comprised of interested parties, state agencies to provide input and feedback for future EV regulations in CALGreen. The proposed regulatory updates may be considered for inclusion in the 2022 California Green Building Standards Code Part 11 during the 2022 intervening code adoption cycle. The public is invited to participate and provide input and comments. Today's meeting is available via Zoom and teleconference as noted in the workshop notice and agenda. This meeting will also be live streamed on CBSC's YouTube channel. Please be aware the live stream has a approximately 45-second delay, and there is no method for offering verbal or written public comments. Closed captioning is available via Zoom's automated live transcriptions. To view closed captions in Zoom, click on the CC Live Transcript button. Closed captioning will automatically appear in if you're watching via YouTube. The meeting materials may be viewed on CBSC's website as listed in the agenda notice. Now, Ms. Laura Mills will read the Zoom and telephone instructions.
Good morning, everybody. To avoid feedback or other technical issues, please join the meeting through one device only and mute yourself. For phone attendees, it is important to mute and unmute yourself because if BSC staff mutes your phone, you will not be able to unmute it. Comments will first be taken from the public in Zoom with their hands raised, then from the public on the Zoom phone line. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for CBSC staff to ask for any comments from the public. At this time, please virtually raise your hand using the raise hand icon in Zoom. You will be recognized by the meeting's facilitator in the order your hand was raised. At this time, please unmute yourself. When you are done speaking, please lower your hand and mute yourself. Please ensure that you have a working microphone on or attached to your device prior to raising your hand to make a comment. CBSC staff will continue through the queue until there are no raised hands remaining. Then take comments from the public on the Zoom phone line. At this time, please unmute yourself and wait for your name or phone number to be called. When you are done speaking, please mute yourself. When phone comments are complete, CBSC staff will then proceed to the next agenda item. Please speak slowly and clearly so your comments can be transcribed. If you have technical difficulties, please call CBSC at 916-263-0916. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Laura, for that. Does anybody have any questions regarding the Zoom or telephone instructions? Okay.
No hands raised.
No hands raised. Great. Before Before we move on to the agenda items, please be advised that the chat feature in Zoom has been disabled. So please refrain from trying to communicate in that fashion. I'm going to move on to agenda item 1. Which is our introductions. The goal of the CEVW work group is to garner participation from all interested parties and affected stakeholders and the public, and to provide informed, balanced input on CALGreen proposals. The CALGreen Electric Vehicle Work Group Charter provides information on the objectives and expectations of the work group participants in the development of the electric vehicle proposals for the 2022 intervening code adoption cycle. At this time, I'd like to introduce the state agencies. As mentioned previously, I am Enrique Rodriguez with VSC, and with me today, we have Mia Marvelli, Executive Director, and other VSC staff. From DSA, we have Ida Claire, State Architect, and other DSA staff. From HCD, we have Kyle Kraus, Deputy Director of Codes and Standards, and other HCD staff. Additionally, we have representatives from CARB, California Air Resources Board, Joshua Cunningham, Bruce Tutter, and other CARB staff. In the interest of time, we ask that if you have a comment during the meeting, introduce yourself at that time and tell us who you represent. Actually, yeah, at this time, I would like to have HCD, Department of Housing Community Development. We have a question.
We have a hand raised.
Hand raised. Hi, Eric.
Good morning, Enrique. For the record, Ida is not on this meeting.
Okay.
I'm here and I'm joined by Paul Johnson and Nikki Colton.
Okay, great. So we have Eric Drever, Principal State Architect from DSA, and then we have Paul Johnson and Michelle Golden, right?
Correct.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you for that. Appreciate the clarification. Yeah, okay, thank you. So moving on to agenda item 2A, which pertains to residential overview draft of the EV proposals. Who would like to speak on behalf of HCD at this time?
Good morning, Enrique and Building Standards Commission. This is Mitchell Baker, Assistant Deputy Director with HCD. Just like Eric, Kyle Kraus is not on the line, but with me today are a few of my colleagues, Emily Hill, our branch chief, Jenna Klein, our regulatory manager, and also Emily Withers, our program manager for our state housing law program, and Tom Martin, our lead district representative too. I'll go ahead and jump in if you're okay with that.
Yes, please do. Thank you.
All right. And in a moment, if you're okay, I'll share my screen as well.
Okay, yeah, great. Hold on, do we have one question?
Yes, we have a hand raised.
We have a raised hand.
Mitchell, I'll need to make you a co-host. So
okay.
Hang on just a second. Kurt, did you want to say something?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mitchell. I'm with the City of Berkeley. This is Kurt Hurley. And perhaps during the comments you have prepared, I'll just make a comment or ask a question. It could be helpful that the payload ranges in the definitions of medium and heavy duty electric vehicles were stipulated. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kurt. We're not at that agenda item yet. We're at agenda item 2A. You may want to speak when we get to agenda item 2B. Thank you, Kurt.
All right, Mitchell, you should be good to go. Enrique, you'll need to stop sharing.
Okay, I will stop share and then give the floor to Mitchell.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So first off, I wanted to thank the Building Standards Commission and the Division of the State Architect in addition to the rest of the HCD team for their work to coordinate these meetings. I'm sure a lot of you are aware, but a lot of labor on the back end goes into building standards development. And I wanted to acknowledge the hard work. I also wanted to thank those on the call today for participating in the process. And we're looking forward to the dialogue. So today, HCD will share an updated draft initial express terms published on HCD's website on September 16th that included changes based upon stakeholder feedback over the course of several focus group meetings, CEBW meetings, as well as comments following each of those meetings. I'll share that in just a minute. Our goal at HCD with this proposal is to advance EV charging responsibly, working with all stakeholders to produce proposals that are cost effective and feasible, that work with local parking requirements and allow for building and parking design flexibility. This will allow the industry to adapt and will allow HCD to be malleable as technology changes during future cycles regarding EV charging. For the sake of time and consideration of the other state agencies presenting today, myself and my colleagues will run through our substantive draft proposals and seek feedback at the end of our overview. The hope is that we can gather your initial feedback, but also we're seeking feedback prior to October 6th through our email address, HCD's email address, which is title, TITLE 24, the number 24, at hcd.ca.gov. Also, I will have to skip out of the meeting a little early to catch a flight, but my colleagues will remain on the line and participate. So give me a moment here where will I share my screen? So I can't see anyone, but can someone acknowledge that you can see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can, Mitchell.
Fantastic, thank you. So HCD's draft proposal addresses EV charging access for newly constructed multifamily buildings, hotels, and motels. HCD is not proposing amendments related to single-family dwellings. In several areas of the document, HCD included non-substantive editorial changes to harmonize with various references and clarify terminology. However, we will focus on the more substantive proposals, again, for the sake of time. So I'm going to scroll through this document to the various item numbers. And again, we're seeking feedback towards the end of my overview. So starting with item number 1, which is definitions, section 201 and 202, HCD proposes a definition change, which is on your screen now, for level 2 electric vehicle EV chargers. The intent here is to create a distinction between EV chargers and EV receptacles. So moving on to item number 2, again, there will be several sections that are really editorial changes. So we will be breezing through these pretty quick and focusing on the bigger ticket items. So for item number 2, HCD is removing references to future installation of EV chargers, as we are proposing to move away from EV capable and focusing on actual chargers and receptacles. These type of edits are consistent throughout the document. So moving right along to item number 3, HCD is proposing to remove the threshold that currently exists for projects that have more than 20 units and apply those standards to all project sizes. HCD is proposing a strikeout reference to section 4.106.4.2.1 on your screen, and as it's being proposed for removal or repeal. Speaking of that section, item number 4, HCD is proposing to remove the existing requirements for the 20 unit threshold and reserving this section 4.106.4.2 for future use. So moving right along. Item number 5, HCD is proposing to remove references again to the 20 unit threshold and update the EV receptacle percentage from 25%. I'll scroll right down to that, to 40%. HCD is also proposing to separate the hotels and motels from multifamily parking facilities for very specific and distinct purposes. HCD is proposing to include that the number of chargers required by this section must be provided to at least one parking space per dwelling unit when assigned parking is provided. That is in subsection 1B. So both hotels and motels and multifamily parking facilities are advancing or proposed for advancing from 25% of parking spaces provided with EV receptacles to 40%. So moving right along to subsection C in item number 5, HCD is proposing an amendment that will require, where feasible, receptacles to be connected to the dwelling unit's electrical system, with existing exceptions for areas with parking facilities served by parking lifts. In subsection B, HCD is proposing to standardize the requirements for EV receptacles to be provided with NEMA 1420R, NEMA 1430R, or NEMA 1450R receptacles for the respective amperages, 20, 30, and 50 amps. For item number, or for subsection 2, EV ready parking spaces with EV chargers, HCD is proposing to advance the number of parking, percentage of parking from 5 to 10%, adding in a new element that at least 50% of those chargers are equipped with a J1772 connector. The intent here is to ensure that those with a need for EV charging are provided with the most common type of connector to allow for the most access available for charging. This requirement is just a minimum and can be exceeded to 50%. For multifamily parking facilities, it's also an advancement from 5 to 10%, with at least, again, 50% of those receptacles provided with a J1772 connector. And then also, where common use parking or unassigned parking is provided, the EV chargers required by this section shall be located in a common use or unassigned parking area and shall be available for use by all residents or guests. The intent here is to ensure that those larger chargers are provided in areas where there's access needs for folks that want and need more dwell time or quicker chargers, quicker charging for their units.
Mitch, this is Emily Withers. Before we go on to the next item, I'd like to add that also in this section, we are eliminating or repealing the requirements for EV capable parking, EV capable charging. This is the infrastructure only requirements that we had in the existing code, and that's in response to the feedback that we did get from our stakeholders.
Thank you, Emily.
There's a hand raised.
We have a hand raised, but I think, Mitchell, you had said that you'd like for comments to be asked or addressed at the end of your presentation. Is that accurate?
Correct. Yes, we would prefer that.
Thank you.
We will be prepared to respond to you, Stacey. Thank you.
We'll get to you, Stacey, soon. Thank you.
All right, for item number 6 on HCD's proposed initial draft express terms, we have an editorial change because of the removal of several sections. So we'll skip over the editorial change. For item number 7, HCD proposes to consolidate the requirements of this section related to location into the next agenda item, which is section 4.106.4.2.2.1.1. So we'll move along. This is repealed and removed, and it's being replaced into the section below. So there are some editorial changes to this section. And then again, we're consolidating the information on location right below the section here. So moving on to item number 9, again, this is some additional editorial changes based upon the repeal of certain sections we've already discussed today. And that will be consistent through items number 10 and 11. So I'll run through those. We're also planning on identifying section 4.106.4.2 on your 0.3 on your screen as reserved. So moving on to proposals under item number 12. In this section, HCD is addressing clarification information for existing parking facilities that the service panel subpanel circuit directly or directory shall be identified with overcurrent protection devices reserved for future EV charging purposes as EV capable. The existing requirement of 10% of existing parking facilities must have EV charging provided. This adds another element of overcurrent protection and the EV capable. So moving on to item number 13, again, this is an editorial change clarifying the terminology EV ready spaces and removing some stale references. So moving on to item number 14, getting out of the mandatory measures HCD is proposing to address into the voluntary measures. As a means of being as clear as possible, HCD is proposing to repeal the existing Tier 1 and Tier 2 requirements in Section 4A4 106.8.2.1, which are struck out here on your screen. And then HCD is proposing a new Tier 1 and Tier 2. Each of these tiers will have 2 separate options. So I'll run through those options very briefly. For Tier 1, option A, for new multifamily dwelling units, hotels and motels, HCD is proposing to include the existing requirements, but really increase the percentages. So we're at 50% of the total parking spaces shall be equipped with low power level 2 EV charger receptacles. And then again, for multifamily, 50%. And then also addressing that each of the EV chargers required by this section shall be located in at least one assigned parking space per dwelling unit where the assigned parking is provided. So that at least one charger is provided for each dwelling unit where assigned parking is provided of that 50%. We've carried forward some exceptions identified below. However, we're adding clarification on exception number 2 that hotels and motels may substitute level 2 EV chargers or some or all of the required EV charging receptacles. Where level 2 EV chargers are required in place of lower power level 2 receptacles, at least 50% of those installed EV chargers shall be equipped with the same standard connector we've proposed previously. In subsection 2 regarding EV chargers. For hotels and motels, again, we're proposing to advance existing requirements or provisions within the tiers to 15% of the total parking spaces for hotels and motels to be equipped with level 2 chargers. Again, standardizing the connectors on those chargers to at least 50% of what's required in this section to be J1772. The same provision applying to multifamily and subsection 2B, but we're also including that those chargers are provided in the common use areas, and that EV chargers are available to the guests and residents. We've also left in an allowance for automatic load management systems. So I'll skip over that. And then our option B in tier 1 is regarding EV ready parking spaces with receptacles. So this will allow for multifamily parking facilities, the installation of low power level 2 charging receptacles and at least one parking space for each dwelling unit with assigned parking. So the number will need to match the total number of assigned parking spaces provided for each dwelling unit. Similar exceptions are provided under subsection option B, subsection 1, 2, where the number of parking spaces available for residents is less than the total number of dwelling units. Obviously, if there's far less parking spaces than dwelling units, then there's an exception allowing for those situations. And then again, under option tier 1, option 2, or B, 10%, but not less than one of the common use parking spaces shall be equipped with a level 2 EV charger for use by all residents or guests. And again, we want to ensure that there is a distribution of 50% of those chargers to include the J1772 connector, the standard connectors. And then of course, an exception when common use parking is not provided, the section would not apply. And then again, including the allowance for an automatic load management system to be utilized. So moving on to our tier 2 option A requirements. Very similar to the tier 1 requirements for option A, advancing the percentage from 50 to 55%. And then similarly, the multifamily parking requirements from 50 to 55%. All the other provisions are very similar and exceptions. And the same thing for EV chargers under tier 2, advancing from 15 to 20% for both hotels, motels, and multifamily parking facilities. Same exceptions and allowance for a load management system. And then tier 2 option B includes subtle changes to the EV ready parking spaces with receptacles to include the installation of one low power level 2 EV charger receptacles for each parking space available for use by residents. Same exceptions are applicable. And in addition, the EV ready parking space with EV chargers is at 20% of the parking spaces available for non-residents or guests shall be equipped with the level 2 EV charger. All right, so our last agenda item is item number 15. And again, this is a removal of some section numbering that we are planning on repealing and clarifying the section requirements. So that concludes HCD's proposal. Again, we want to be very cognizant of the rest of the state agencies that have proposals. HCD has had an opportunity to conduct several focus group meetings, and we're very aware that we are one of many items on the agenda, but me and my team are open for any comments or questions on our proposal. So I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen. and we can take comments and questions.
Mitchell, you may want to leave, continue sharing in case you have to refer to some of the proposals. That way you can refer to them and everybody can see them.
All right, there we go.
Okay, now we're going to take questions pertaining to HCD's proposed amendments. We have, let's start with Stacy. I think she's the first one that had her hand raised, and then we'll go from there.
Stacy, go ahead. There you go.
All right, sorry about that there. This is Stacy Renexis. I'm CEO and founder of PowerTree Services based out of San Francisco. We specialize in solar and EV charging with storage exclusively for multifamily residential properties. We are currently working on the installation of integrated systems with zero backfeed to about 3,000 apartments, mixed new construction and retrofit here in California, predominantly Northern California, just as some background for our comments. I think you guys are making some great progress in accommodating some of the unique challenges in multifamily in the varied parking spaces. One suggestion I would have is that the counting of parking spaces as the measure is one mechanism, but it's kind of at odds with what the Air Resource Board has been putting forward, which is a target towards miles being replaced. And I would suggest allowing for accounting of the various percentages that you've talked about, the 10% of parking spaces or the 20 or the et cetera, but to allow that to be percentage of vehicles in the building. And essentially, we know that there are about 1.88 vehicles per apartment registered in California. And so if you allowed for vehicle management systems that allow you to share a parking spot, and you would wind up with more likely deployment of EV chargers, which are absolutely essential for people to actually make the conversion, because nobody will convert to an electric car until the charger is already there. But you'll also reduce the barriers and the cost for the building, whether it's new or retrofit, and reduce the time that it takes to get there by avoiding the need for service upgrades without sacrificing the number of vehicles that you're intending to serve. So essentially, I would suggest adding in an additional option that they could count the number of vehicles served if the charging system is capable of managing the vehicles using the charger. So notifying people that they have to move so that sharing is efficient, and that they have a higher capacity, say 50 amps or larger, rather than 30 or 40 amps, so that you can get a greater degree of turnover. And I think we have seen that that is about half the cost per vehicle mile deliverable via electricity than using dedicated individual chargers in dedicated stalls. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Stacy.
And Enrique, is it possible for us to do our presentation from the EV Charging for All Coalition?
Yeah, no, not yet. We still have, I would like to do your presentation at the end of comments received for HCD's proposed changes. Once we're done with all comments, no more further comments, then we'll give you the opportunity to do your presentation. Thank you for your patience.
Next is Philip.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. Philip Kobernick from Peninsula Clean Energy. We're San Mateo County's Community Choice Energy Program, and we develop reach codes for the Bay Area Reach Codes Project. I also want to echo Stacy's comments in praising staff for increasing numbers as we get to universal access in multifamily housing. I think staff are doing great work here. I had a question. I see that HCD is looking to put in a provision that chargers should be connected to a dwelling unit's electrical meter when feasible. I was wondering if you could explain that a little further, specifically in terms of how are the codes defining feasibility? How would developments demonstrate? Are you asking for a demonstration of non-feasibility, or how would AHJs define that? If you could provide a little bit more detail on that, that'd be great. And then I would also suggest some additional clarification on that around new multifamily developments that pursue parking decoupling, which might be also in local codes, and how CALGreen, this specific section of CALGreen would deal with parking decoupling, where parking is not connected to a dwelling unit. Be interested in that, and would suggest exploration and possible clarification to make that more clear, so developers know what they're doing there. And then as a final comment, I would just say I also praise the separation of multifamily from hotels, motels. Those are very different use cases, and I commend staff for treating those as separate use cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Enrique, if you're okay, I'd like to respond to the comments.
Absolutely, go ahead.
I'll go ahead and start, and please, Emily Withers or others from HCD on the line, feel free to chime in. So when it comes to the requirements where feasible, we also provide a provision as determined by the local enforcement agency. And one of the reasons for that, as you mentioned, the decoupling, or when you're a parking space is not provided next to a unit, there may be technical infeasibility where it just may not be possible to connect an EV receptacle or charger into a dwelling unit's electric service panel. There may be firewalls separating a parking space and the electric service panel. It may be, the runs may be in excess of 100 feet. Parking may be provided across the street. There's a lot of considerations that come into play. And because parking is a local matter, it's not an HCD matter, we cannot address all the available options or alternatives that may come up when designs are being proposed. So this allows for a bit of flexibility to address and allow for the different applications of parking throughout the state. There's not one size fits all, and so that's the intent of HCD. But Emily, if you have any comments, or anyone else from HCD, please chime in.
Yeah, this is Emily Withers. I think another situation could be where there's a large multi-story parking structure associated with the multifamily building. It may be difficult to make that connection directly to the dwelling unit's meter, or the dwelling unit's meter. So that's another situation. And then we did leave it up, as Mitch said, to the local enforcing agency. Initially, HCD considered, should we say technically feasible, but there's a lot of things you could do technically, but they're not really practical or logical. Like you could run conduit for a mile if you want to, and connect it to the dwelling unit's meter, but it's not really practical to do that. So that's why we left the language as is.
Great, thank you.
Next is Bob.
Hi there. This is Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association and the California Apartment Association. And Mitchell and Emily, just wanted to say that we're very much supportive of separating hotels and motels from the apartments, and also deleting the reference to 20 units or more, those thresholds, and just having a set of standards that apply to all multifamily. Lastly, repealing the language related to EV capable for new multifamily construction. That's, the time has come to kind of move on. That served its purpose, but for existing buildings, it's still there and still very useful, but for new construction, we support HCD's movement. I've got just 3 questions. One that you've already gotten into regarding where it's not feasible to attach that to the unit's panel board. You may want to consider either putting in some examples of what is not considered feasible in either the code or the guidebook that comes out after the code's published. One or the other would be great. When I provide you with some written comments, I'll send in a couple of suggestions, but that might be useful for this interim period. Moving on to the receptacle configurations, a question for you. These 3 NEMA references, do those also cover the tamper-resistant issue? I'm not familiar with them. I should probably pick up the phone and ask Mike Stone, but is tamper-resistant dealt with in these standards?
So I'll start with that, but Tom, Emily, if you want to chime in. Again, this is Mitchell Baker with HCD. So when it comes to the application of a receptacle, the provisions within the California Electrical Code still apply. So based upon how the installation is happening, if it's in an area where tamper resistance required, the code already addresses that, which it would also address like weather protection, mechanical vehicle protection from bollards, whatever the case may be. The electric code still stands and applies, which is referenced in the code. The receptacles themselves, to my knowledge, don't come standard with a tamper-resistant element, but through compliance with the California Electrical Code, the actual receptacles can be made tamper-resistant through a lockable cover or other type of allowable mechanisms within the code.
Okay, fantastic. And lastly, dealing with the 10% where you're going to have parking spaces with EV chargers. You mentioned that when common use or unassigned parking is provided, EV chargers will be located there. The question that I've got is, what about the case when there is no common use or unassigned parking? Don't need an answer today, but I just, that's something that I'm sure you're going to get calls on. Thank you. And by the way, great job so far, guys.
Yeah. And real quick, again, Mitchell Baker with HCD, if I can respond to that. We actually added an exception for that exact reason, where common use parking is not provided. It's an exception to the requirements of that subsection.
Oh, great. Thank you.
But we look forward to your comments and we'll review those as they come in.
Will do. Thank you.
Next is Diana.
Hi, my name is Diana Nemeth, and I'm not actually affiliated with any organization related to this, but I am a Bay Area resident, and I am a new condo owner, and of a building that was built in the 70s, and I am looking to buy an electric vehicle. And I got a quote to have a EV charger installed in my place, and it was for $9,400. And so, which is very expensive, and it makes me hesitant to buy an electric vehicle because it's so expensive to have my allotted parking space retrofitted to have the electric charger. So one of the things, the reason why I wanted to join and just add my comment is that I'm just curious, like for brand new developments, like having all the spaces EV ready, like would make it so much more affordable for people to be able to, have a charger. And so I so appreciate everything that you're doing and all the thoughtfulness that everybody's putting into this, but it's like having, 40% or 10% or whatever percent. I'm just curious why, like, making things EV ready, not necessarily providing chargers for all spots, but having at least the wiring or the conduit or whatever, making it easier for people if they do want to buy an electric vehicle in the future, have that available. So that is why I'm here, and to make that comment. So thank you. And I'd appreciate any thoughts, that because I'm not in this industry, so I would appreciate your comments or thoughts on why it wouldn't be 100%.
Do you want me to take that, Mitch?
Oh, sure, go for it. Yeah.
Okay, this is Emily Withers with HCD. And, Diana, thank you for your comment. We actually did take that into consideration. The EV Charging for All Coalition actually had some very good ideas. However, we're a little bit cautious about going to the full 100%. We recently introduced the actual installation of the EV charging receptacles and the EV chargers, and that takes effect January 1st, 2023. So we don't have the feedback that we need, how those requirements are working out. And I know there are some concerns out there with, the grid, stability of the grid, and whether it can support this full level of EV charging at this point. I know there's some issues with vehicle manufacturing, with the shortage of the chips, and manufacturers holding vehicles kind of in limbo, until they get those their materials in. And then I know there are some issues with, the price of lithium and the environmental impacts of lithium mining. And we don't actually look into those hemispheres. We kind of focus on the EV charging and what's coming out of a internal combustion engine tailpipe versus the electric vehicle. But we really need to take everything holistically. And at HCD, of course, we're into the building standards, so we're not going to be looking at the lithium mining issues too much, or the chip manufacturers, that type of thing. And then we really need to find out how the provisions that we adopted for the 2022 codes are going to play out. And we also need to take in consideration that there are various demographic differences between the way vehicles are being used in the Bay Area, for example, which is more of an urbanized area with shorter commute times and maybe more environmentally conscientious, possibly. Forgive me for saying that for other counties, but other counties in more remote areas may have different needs. Maybe they're more based on, heavy trucking for farming operations, agricultural operations, that type of thing. So we're taking an incremental approach. But, as Mitch mentioned, we did put in an option B in the tiers. And many of the local agencies do adopt local amendments, which take CALGreen beyond what's in the existing requirements. So they can take it to the level that's appropriate for their jurisdiction to say, hey, every residential unit should have access to a parking space with, EV receptacles at least, So we did offer that option as a voluntary measure. And like I said, many local agencies do enhance CALGreen by adopting various voluntary measures. So with that, Mitch, if you wanted to add in, you can.
That was perfect. Thank you. Appreciate the comment, Diana.
So I guess my only and I appreciate that as well. I guess that my only thought is that not make, I mean, for newer construction, and it just seems so much less expensive when you're building something to just, not even like to have the wiring, like just have the conduit, just to have the the ability to make it EV ready. Like, it's just so much easier and less expensive at the new construction phase versus like what I'm trying to do now, and so, and you're right. I definitely am probably more, concerned about the environment, and I'm debating whether or not it's expensive. It's not really in my budget for $9,400 to do that. But I guess the thing that I'm saying is that, or that I'm suggesting, is that from the early construction, it's much less expensive to do that early, and I'm not saying to have a charger or anything like that, but just making it available so that if someone in the future wanted to have a charger, they could do so.
Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, thank you.
Next is Linda.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to be, sorry, get my camera on. Maybe co-presenting with Sten at the end, but I'm going to make a comment here that's not in our presentation. So I just really want to lift up this issue of needing to move incrementally. Back in 2015, CALGreen moved to 100% of single family housing being EV capable. There was nothing incremental about that. And to make residents of condos and apartments have to wait for continuing code cycles to finally catch up is inherently inequitable and it's unnecessary. So when we present, you'll hear why it's possible now to provide 100% access for less cost than what you're proposing today. So the other thing is I want to say that the governor and CARB have made it explicitly clear that California is moving to 100% ZEV adoption. And so any issues that are currently related to chip shortages and such are right now, they're in the short-term time frame, but these buildings are going to last for decades. So we can't let any hiccups caused by temporary supply disruptions influence your thinking when you are building for the future. And so I'll end with saying that you need to please, you are going in the right direction, and we do appreciate that. We appreciate that you're listening, and you're going exactly in the right direction. It's just, it's not necessary to be incremental. That is what we are really wanting to get through, that it's possible to go in this intervening code cycle to 100% access for every unit with parking. And the proposal will go over, will explain why, but I really want to challenge and hope you'll open your minds to not needing to be incremental. You're actually making builders pay more and giving residents less. So thank you. And please remember, the whole state is moving in this direction, and your agency is a critical part of this effort to make sure everybody can access the clean vehicles that they will be, the only will be allowed to purchase in our state within 8 years. So thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Again, this is Mitchell with HCD. Just a quick clarification for the group, for the benefit of the group. The existing requirements for single-family dwellings is relevant to new construction. It doesn't apply to existing. The 100% of EV capable, and it is just that, it's EV capable. HCD is proposing for multifamily hotels and motels actual chargers. So I just want to make that distinction. But we appreciate your comment, and
could I just respond to that really quickly? That's definitely an important distinction. And of course, we're talking out here totally about new construction, single family or multifamily. The difference with EV capable in a single family home is they have easy access to upgrade that if they'd like. But if you live in an apartment or a condo, there's so many hurdles to go from EV capable to EV ready that you have to get permission from the apartment manager and the HOA. You have to pull the permit, have to hire the electrician, you have to pay for it. It causes a lot of disruption to everybody else in that building. So it's not really apples to oranges. And we're so glad, we really appreciate that the code is actually moving away from EV capable multifamily. It was not appropriate. But if you're talking about an equity lens, looking at access, what does it take to give everybody access? The multifamily residents need this access just like single family residents have it, but you have to apply the solution that fits those circumstances. So thank you. More to come in the presentation. I'll let others speak now. Thanks.
Is Mia, does Mia have a comment? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can let others go. That's
Oh, okay.
I'm in the chain. Thanks.
Okay, got it. Okay.
All right, next
great.
is James.
Hey, everyone. It's Jim Fry from 2050 Partners. We support the California IOUs and their codes and standards group. And we have some comments that are organized by item number. If you'd like to organize the balance of the organization's responses, I think that'd be great. If you wanted to go to the top of your material, we could start there. And I'd like to get back in line after every paragraph. It'd be great if we kind of consolidated our comments around a given topic. Would that be okay?
Hi, this is Mitchell Baker with HCD. There's two options here. I mean, we intended to receive comments at the very end for the purposes of consolidating time for other state agencies to present. You're welcome to submit a written comment to HCD's email address if that would be easier, and we'll consider it just as we would for a verbal comment now. That email address is title24@hcd.ca.gov. Otherwise, we can take your comments. It's a little hard to navigate this document to each one of your specific areas, but we'll do our best if you have those. Again, the options are sending in a comment to HCD, or we can try to jump to some of your more critical comments on the sections we've talked about today.
Well, thank you. Yeah, your written comment inputs are amazingly helpful. So we'll be sure to back up what we talk about verbally. We'd like to at least discuss the new definition of level 2 EV charger. It seems like it's a variation of a couple other terms, and I think it's you mentioned why you built this term and started it off for this cycle, and that sort of justification is very helpful. It'd be very, very good to create a really clean definition that aligns with industry standards. In the industry, we were expecting EV supply equipment, EVSE, to be the more technical term for the word charger. And so level 2 EVSE seemed to make sense to us. And we were curious why you are choosing to create the definition of a charger, which is adding maybe more vocabulary than is necessary.
This is Emily Withers with HCD. I can kind of approach that, and Tom Martin's on the line too, so he can also add into my comments. When you actually look at the definition of electric vehicle supply equipment in the California Electrical Code, I think it could be interpreted to refer to either an EV charging receptacle or an EV charger. And that's why we're trying to clarify what we mean when we're talking about charging equipment, whether they're receptacles or charger. And since we use the term level 2 electric vehicle charger, you know, we needed to provide some sort of a parameters for that.
Okay. Well, it's a shame because okay. We'll talk, we'll take it offline for sure. I understand why that's important, but I think that definition of power outlets and apparatus, okay, it gets very technical on purpose, and so we don't want to belabor today's meeting on that, but we'll be happy to talk about it later. Another topic we had is the when you start using vocabulary like EV charging space in your language, it'd be really great if you were very consistent with your bolding or your capitalization of those terms to help remind people that you're actually talking about a defined term. You know, these defined terms have a lot of value, and it'd be great if your code formatting really reinforced the fact that these are terms with teeth and not just you know, language in a sentence. So feel free to consider that. It'd be great. Does that make sense?
It does
Yes.
make sense in some of the international ICC codes, and then I'm not sure about the IATMA codes, but they actually italicize some of the defined terms. I don't think we've done that so much in CALGreen. We do in our initial statement of reasons when we talk about terminology, you know, we'll put it in quotation marks. The way that these California codes work is when it's italic, it's typically a California amendment, for example, in the building code, in the residential code. In CALGreen, because the entire code is a California amendment, we usually don't do that. It would, if we did it, then BSC would have to do it, not just for the EV charging sections, but for other portions of CALGreen too. But we could think about the capitalization. One of the 9-point criteria, as it's referenced in the rulemaking process under building standards law, talks about following format of the code. So this is more like a question that probably Building Standards Commission could answer if we're allowed to somehow make it easy to know which are defined terms, or you know, we could add, for example, in separated by commas as defined. We could do that.
Obviously, we all welcome additional approaches for readability, and I think it's exciting to imagine that that sort of thing can help, especially code readers that are a little less advanced or holistic about what they've read, and they may go in to get a paragraph and then kind of have the imperfect story, but I understand. Thank you. Related to receptacles, the 14-30, 14-20 receptacle area, we've done some research. We were working with Mike Stone over at NEMA as well. I'll let him comment on his own behalf, but for your NEMA, your 20 amp solution, I did a market study of what's available, and there's almost zero 14-30 portable EVSEs available now using the 1420 connector. The 6-20 is more consistent with this application, as these chargers do not need a neutral. And so I would recommend that you consider the 6-20 or reconsider it, and talk with Mike Stone a bit. If you've chosen 14-20 on purpose, we'd love to hear the reasoning behind that versus the 6-20.
I could jump into that real quick. Yeah, we appreciate the comment. We're really looking for feedback on this section. We also are working with Mr. Stone and looking for the best option, the stock that's available, the need of the user. And so we'll take 6-20 into consideration. These were purely based upon what is commercially available from our knowledge, and then what is also the current practice of receptacles that are used. But yes, please feel free to forward any comments related to and the rationale for additional or more feasible receptacles. We're definitely willing to take in that feedback.
Thank you. You guys are always input friendly.
This is Emily Withers too. Another condition that we were thinking about too on these receptacles is if the receptacles were available that were maybe in a more of a heavy duty format or could withstand heavy duty uses, because these would be subject to multiple insertions of the plug and withdrawals, so they would need to be subject to some heavy duty use.
Yep, thank you. We may take that separately and try to get a dialogue going with you guys on that. That'd be super. Maybe one of my last points, even though I have a lot, would be when you create a compound term, in this case, an EV ready parking space with EV chargers all in one sentence. We are big code groupies here, and we really read these things carefully. So when you say EV ready, and then you have EV chargers in the same sentence, or even in the same term, how are you trying to help?
We're trying to clarify, this is Emily Withers with HCD. We're trying to clarify that the provisions that are under these headings apply to EV ready spaces with chargers, and then separately EV ready parking spaces with receptacles. And the reason we did that is because by looking at the definition of the term EV ready, it just means that it is supporting equipment, the EVSE equipment to support EV charging, but it doesn't really say whether it's a receptacle or a charger. So we decided to put that in the title so it's real obvious to the code user that these are the spaces with chargers versus these are the requirements for spaces with receptacles.
Yeah, and real quick, one other addition to that, there's existing provisions in the code effective January 1st, 2023 regarding signage, and that applies to EV ready. So this also helps that distinction when signage or curb markings are required pursuant to the code. Thanks for that.
My last point is where is ALMS allowed in the code minimum spots? Is that super clear to us now where ALMS is allowed in the code, inside of the first set of spots? And is that new? So this is the beyond the minimum required paragraph, and we read this last term as well. Are there places in the code now that are allowing ALMS to exist on the minimum spaces?
Yeah, I'll chime in, and then Emily or Tom, feel free to jump in. Currently, the ALMS is a practice and provision within the existing electrical code that can be applied to projects based upon the need of the local government. So it is an existing allowance within the code. This is just providing clarification when it is applied to level 2 EV chargers. So yes, it can be adopted locally pursuant to the existing requirements in the electrical code.
Thank you. That's it.
So this is Emily. James, we actually have the same phrase that's in the bottom of the screen about the ALMS in the voluntary standards, and we actually removed the beyond the minimum required phrase because we were increasing the number of receptacles so much as we go up into the voluntary stages. And, you know, this is something that we'd like to discuss, you know, is that beyond the minimum still necessary, or should we put it into the voluntary standards also? You don't want it to get to a certain point where user expectations aren't satisfied because they drive up and, you know, that particular empty spot with the charger isn't going to provide, you know, the amount of charging that they need. So that's something that, you know, is problematic. So Tom, you could jump in here too if you want.
Emily, I think the specter of an unsatisfied charging customer, that assumption needs to really be checked. If you take a look at some of the pre-existing ALMS systems that are out there, they have really good reporting schemes to help the operators of that parking lot understand their how satisfied the customers are. And I think allowing ALMS in your code minimum spaces will be extremely helpful to enable more capacity with less utility capacity paid for. And so I really recommend that we study ALMS for the below minimum, you know, for the minimum spaces as well. Thank you. I'm all set.
Thank you. I think we're on to the next commenter.
Good morning. This is Dennis Corrales, a former deputy state architect. I'm with EV Charging for All Coalition, but I'm going to defer most of the concerns to Sven and Linda with our presentation later. I want to first commend you and your staff for all the progress that you've made, especially in the area of phasing out EV capable, providing charging for every unit, and common area charging, and also the separation out of hotels and motels. I do have a question on, is there a definition of assigned parking? And when there is no assigned parking, how is the charge, what is the code requirement for charging for every unit? And I'll would appreciate your comments on that. Thank you.
Sorry, this is Mitchell. I'm having a bit of computer trouble. Having the team share the document now, so we can go to those sections. Emily and Tom, please chime in if you have any comments on assigned parking. Right now, it's the terminology we're using is the best way that we found to designate when the percentage is applied for dwelling units that have parking is assigned. We know that's a challenge, but that's why this is so important that it's a incremental process, because we need to learn through and limp through that. But yeah, Emily, are you aware of definitions that exist for assigned parking?
No, we're actually in these codes The codes allow us to use, when a term is used in the code and it's not specifically defined in the chapter of the code or specific to the provisions in the code, we could use sort of a common dictionary definition, and that's kind of where we'd like to leave it. So this is if, as the building's built, these 4 spaces will be for units 1 through 4. That's sort of the assigned parking concept that we're looking at.
But
okay, now what about where assigned parking is provided?
I'm concerned from the building official's perspective because it falls back to them to make a determination. And when there is no assigned parking, when you just say park wherever you want, what are the requirements in that situation? Are the provisions clear to give guidance to the building officials in that situation?
In the voluntary standards, I think we use the term available for residents. Now we could go with that kind of a term too, when there's no specifically assigned parking. So, I think the priority would be for, like, if you had 80 units and 100 parking spaces, 40% of those parking spaces would have the receptacles, but you would try and prioritize the assigned parking first to make sure that those are covered with receptacles.
Well, I would encourage you to consider what happens when you don't have assigned parking, and to give some guidance to the building officials, because we are concerned that developers who are maybe focused, a certain subset of developers focusing on first costs might say, well, gee, I could make a more economical project because my parking is not assigned, and therefore I might have to, not provide charging to every unit.
Yeah, real quick, Dennis, we're definitely open to feedback. So if you have suggested language, we're looking for that before the 6th. Please do what you can to send our way.
So we'll get my written comments into you by the 6th. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
I just want to mention the room is muted. So if you guys are queuing up the next person, we can't hear you in the room.
Next is Vanessa.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much. Thanks for holding this meeting. My name is Vanessa Warhite. I'm with EV Charging for All. I'm with Plug in America. And I want to address a couple of things. First, I want to echo the other thanks other people have given you for separating multifamily housing from motels and hotels. We really do appreciate that. They're very different use cases. And so thank you very much for that. We appreciate that you are trying to move in the right direction. And I want to address this issue of incrementalism to state what to me seems obvious, but clearly is not considered obvious to a lot of other people, which is that new construction by definition is incremental. So the governor and CARB have given very clear direction that all cars will eventually be electric. Within a decade, the vast majority of new cars will be electric. Within the lifetime of the buildings being built with this code, all cars will be electric. So if we are only addressing new construction, only a certain small percentage of buildings and parking are built in any given year. So what we're not saying is all buildings everywhere must be made electric immediately. That would be overwhelming, but to say new construction must provide at a minimum every unit with access to charging in the same way that single family has already had for the last 7 years is by its very nature already incremental. And I also want to address the issue of Mr. Fry brought up
ALMS. And while ALMS provides a really great solution for workplace charging, it's not equitable without serious guardrails that are beyond the purview of code, and that are not in place at the moment. It is not equitable to the driver, to the residents. When we're talking about multifamily housing, I super appreciated Diana's comment earlier about what it's like as a condo owner. And I think it's important to recognize that condo owners are the top. Somebody who can't afford $9,400 is at least a condo owner. The vast majority of residents of new multifamily housing that is not market rate are renters. Renters don't even have the opportunity to even consider $9,400, even if they could afford it. So I just want to be clear, that's why, and I want to thank you for acknowledging that EV capable is not really appropriate, but it's only not appropriate if you're simultaneously making access available for everybody at the same time. Otherwise, you're just taking away the good and what could have, the not so good, and replacing it with nothing. So 50% of spaces is an improvement, but if you're not guaranteeing access to 100% of units, which if 1.88 is our ratio, is doable in the code, but you have to make that explicit. What we don't want is that the lady on the penthouse suite that has 3 parking spaces gets all 3 of hers electrified, and then the 3 people in the basement suites get nothing. And in the code right now, that's how that is possible. And lastly, the cost of, when we're looking at cost, we have to look at the end user cost, not just the cost to install. Because sure, maybe we can install ALMS at a more reasonable cost, possibly, and it definitely provides some grid stability, absolutely. However, there is a third party involved, and if that third party is unregulated, which it is right now in the state of California, the end user at home is subject to a monopoly, third party, unregulated cost to charge, whereas the single family owner resident, who is by just statistically, we know generally wealthier, generally more likely to be white, is paying rock bottom time of use rates. That's not fair. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa. Next is John.
Hello, this is John Hart. I'm with Powerflex. A couple comments, and actually want to respond to the comment that was just made about ALMS. We provide ALMS with every one of our chargers that we install. We have, we're coming up on 10,000 installed and operational in California right now. I guess it depends on, let's say, your pricing structure and how you set up your software in that. But equity for multi-unit dwellings has not been an issue for us. We're able to provide drivers with the amount of charge that they need, as each driver is able to select beforehand how much, either how much energy or how many miles they'll need to drive, and then we can manage it in a way that provides them what they need, but also meet the needs of the site. So anyway, just wanted to make the comment there that ALMS can be quite equitable, not just for workplaces, but for multi-unit dwellings as well, and provide benefits for customers, site owners, the grid, and so forth. Wanted to make one comment related to item 5 on the HCD plan. In showing this proposal to our R&D team, they brought up concerns they have with receptacles, and their recommendation was, rather than having receptacles just require level 2 chargers instead. Their biggest concerns, 2 of them, one was the safety. According to them, in testing different receptacles, the receptacle is always live, and it was actually easy at times to touch exposed copper, which could trigger the handle to shut off the power. So they had safety concerns there, and I'm not the technical expert. So if you were to ask me follow-up questions, I would more than likely need to point you to the team, but that was at least at a high level. The feedback they gave me. The second concern in general is with the receptacle, you're not really able to do load management. So again, from our perspective, where we're providing ALMS at every site, that option or possibility is greatly reduced when you're working with receptacles. So rather than receptacles requiring level 2 chargers. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Brigitte?
Yes, hi. Am I on?
Yes, ma'am, it's your turn.
Hi. Okay, my name is Brigitte Racine. I'm with the Tesla owners of Silicon Valley, also with the EV Charging for All Coalition. Thank you so much for holding this meeting. I want to iterate what other speakers, including Vanessa, have said about you guys distinguishing between the hotels and the motels versus residential communities. For me personally, that was a big deal because it's, you know, the lived experience of someone living in a multifamily housing community like I do is very different from a hotel, excuse me, hotel guest. So I wanted to just make a couple of points about cost, reliability, and safety as a multifamily housing resident. So ever since we moved into this place it was back in April, I decided, okay, I am living in a multifamily housing community. I'm going to pretend I do not own a Tesla. I'm going to pretend that I own just a regular EV. And what would that be like in terms of the EV charging experience? So this means that I have specifically not used the Tesla superchargers, which are very convenient. Yes, they're more expensive, but they're super convenient. And what I found is that it is, I don't want to say infinitely, but considerably more inconvenient and difficult to go through life with an EV that cannot charge at a Tesla supercharger. One of the reasons is because we have a total of 5 charging spaces here. They are being serviced by ChargePoint, one of the providers. And what happens is sometimes people here will park, charge their cars, and let the car sit there. I think that is one of the issues that really rarely gets talked about, is what happens when you have a parking space, an EV charging parking space being taken up by a car that has long since finished charging, and the owner just doesn't bother moving it because there is no incentive to move it. So I had to call the leasing office. There's no policy to charge extra. You know, Tesla actually does that. If you stay longer than 5 minutes after your car is charged, they start charging you extra fees. So that would be an incentive. The other thing is that I had a lot of times I have to wait 1 day, 2 days to actually charge my car.
Excuse me, this is Mia Marbelli. Brigitte, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but in the interest of time, I think a lot of us have similar experiences that you're experiencing. I'm wondering if you could comment on the regulations that are being presented, or could you make that point? That would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, sure, no problem at all. I'm sorry to go into so much detail. I guess, you know, when you take all these experiences into account, including the cost, and this is where I guess it can touch on the regulation a little bit more, is if we could have 100%, or let me rephrase it, every single parking space, for however many parking spaces there should be EV ready spaces, because if I have to go elsewhere to charge, the cost is likely to be much higher. For example, a Tesla supercharger costs 0.46 cents, 46 cents per kilowatt hour. If I charge directly here at the community, that's 30 cents a kilowatt hour. It used to be 16. If those spaces can be wired directly to the utilities, it's going to be even less, off peak versus on peak, and I can control that. So I would strongly advocate for that. To me, that the cost and the convenience is probably the main reason why I would want to see the code. And again, for all new buildings, not existing ones, But that is personally, as a resident, what I would love to see this reach, not any sort of incremental increase, but go directly to 100% of dwelling units having access. Thank you. That was all I had to say.
Thank you. Next with their hand raised is Susanna.
Hi, my name is Sue Saunders and I'm from Cooley Earth. And Cooley Earth is the backbone for Ride and Drive Clean, a collaborative campaign with over 150 partners, all working together to accelerate EV adoption. And a major barrier we repeatedly encounter is the lack of access for home charging for those in multifamily dwellings, particularly low-income communities. And the public chargers are expensive and have reliability issues. And I just want to emphasize that the adoption to EVs is going to happen quicker than most people realize. You know, for example, at one EV car show, we had 700 people over the course of a 4-hour show come through to check out the available models and talk to EV owners. And this might be part of a presentation that's going to be happening later, but you know, the CPUC with Rule 29 has made it much less expensive for builders of multi-unit dwellings to put in chargers. And it has directed the utilities to pay for and provide electricity from the source to the meter, which is a great deal of money. And as of last month, the CPUC issued a new ruling allowing for sub-meters that can track electricity use for EV charging separately from the rest of the electricity used for the building. And this eliminates the builders having to install a direct-to-meter for each unit, which is prohibitively expensive. There is also technology like the orange charger outlet that can go over a level 1, a 110 volt or a 240 volt that can directly bill the tenant instead of the building owner, which is, really lowers the cost. And I just want to reiterate that the new construction built now will be used for 30 to 50 years. California, like some people said, has required all new cars by 2035 to be electric. When I visit national parks like Yosemite, and there are just EVs circling and forming lines for the EV chargers. Ride and Drive Clean can point to the exploding interest in electric vehicles, and we need to provide now for the rapid adoption that is occurring. And it has been shown that EV chargers need to be in place 2 years ahead of need. I think of my 2 adult children who rent and will need the benefits of home charging to be able to afford an EV. People talk about EVs being expensive, but with the Inflation Reduction Act, there is a $4,000 credit for buying a used EV. And things like the 2020 Chevy Bolt is going to be $26,000. And with incentives can be as low as $12,000 to $15,000, depending on income level. And if they have an older car to turn.
Susanna, Enrique Rodriguez, Building Standards. Sorry to interrupt. In the interest of time, I would like to actually close comments regarding this item. We still have, and I'd like to give the opportunity for folks to briefly go straight to the proposed code changes and give suggestions or questions specific to the amendments. And you can always email HCD with all of your comments and concerns. They would love to hear from you. But at this time, I'd really like to talk specifically only to the amendments. And actually, we're on item 2A. We still have quite a bit of items to go through. So please specifically talk to the proposed amendments. And I'd like to move through these very quickly. Thank you.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'll just close and just say that if we're going to have an equitable transition, we need to have each unit in the multi-unit dwelling have access to a charger. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susanna, this is Emily Withers with HCD. I know you had mentioned some CPUC rules that were relatively new, but especially the one about the sub-meters for EV chargers. Can you send us more information on that? And you can send it to our Title 24 at hcd.ca.gov mailbox, and we'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, can you repeat that email?
I'll repeat it. It's title, TITLE 24 at hcd.ca.gov. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next is Eric.
Yes, hi. Appreciate the opportunity to chat. And I just have one, I think, comment that I'd like to share in response to an earlier comment from HCD that reference limitations that utilities may have in supplying the needed energy for any higher percentages of charging access that might be included in the CALGreen code. Namely, the argument that utilities may not be ready to serve demand, I think is to a degree irrelevant to this conversation. Utilities respond to and serve customer demand, and we must also comply with state laws and mandates. So all of which are clear in their direction to decarbonize transportation. And we specifically have committed to decarbonize our entire energy supply by 2030 here at SMUD. And that is our responsibility and mission. And our customers include residential and business customers alike. Property developers or business customers. Therefore, if the CALGreen code were to call for a higher requirement for charging access, that demand would be conveyed to us through property owners and developers, and we would in turn be committed to serve that demand. And I would argue, in fact, that this would be desirable because it would catalyze the upgrade of necessary utility side infrastructure to support anticipated take-up of charging as more of the population adopt EVs in the years ahead. So I just wanted to share that with the group here.
Thank you, Eric.
You got it.
Next is Dwight.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Dwight.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak, and I want to congratulate the staff of all the agencies and any input you've gotten from CARB and the CEC and the CPUC, because I think good progress is being made. It's a little difficult to capture all this, but I want to comment on your section 104.4.2.2, where you're talking about multifamily parking facilities under 1B. You state there that EV charging receptacles required by this section shall be located in at least one assigned parking space per dwelling unit where assigned parking is provided, but need not exceed 40% of the total. So I'm not all that familiar with the process that a builder faces when pulling a permit with the authority having jurisdiction. But in a lot of cases, it would be my guess that at the point when they're pulling their permit, that assignment of parking spaces will not have been decided at that point. And therefore, it's an open field of parking. And therefore, this condition or this caveat may not have any real meaning at that point in the permit application process. So I would be a little concerned about that, and I'd be, happy to discuss it. I don't know if you've consulted with the AHJs. I think you might find some benefit in talking with a few of the AHJs to see what their experience is when the developers for multifamily housing do apply for their permit. And in the meantime, we can also do the same. We can explore with a few of the AHJs what their experience is and perhaps provide a little bit of input in that regard. In regards to the overall 50% objective, yes, it's great to be moving forward with more, but I would agree with prior speakers that the 100% requirement is better. If in 2015, HCD had adopted a policy of moving forward with 50% of all single family dwellings, it would have left a lot of confusion for the builders and developers to think, okay, what 50% are we going to serve? How do we figure out what 50% to serve? The same problem exists with multifamily. If you don't go forward with a whole shooting match and say we need 100% to have charging access for every unit, then you're still going to leave confusion at the AHJ level in the permitting process, and you're also going to leave confusion for the builders. Builders aren't going to know which 50% of the spaces they need to electrify, and it's very unclear if it's not assigned parking, if any of those have to go through the apartment electrical panel. So I think that some tightening up needs to be achieved. I think you need to be very clear in order to reach our overall goals that every apartment, 100% of apartments get an electrical outlet through their electrical panel in order to achieve our goals. So I think that's the overall thrust of my comments. I might add one additional thing, and that is in regards to ALMS and receptacles and circuits that don't go through a meter. There's still the problem of unregulated pricing, whether it's ALMS or whether it's just not through the unit's electrical panel. Regulated pricing, and it leaves a very fundamental inequity in the process. So everything you can do to ensure that every unit has access to a circuit that goes through electrical panel helps to remediate the inequity issue. So just to encourage you to move further in that direction as soon as possible. I think those are my main comments. Thank you very much.
Right.
Next is Kurt.
Yes, thank you. And I've appreciated the comments of those that have gone before me. I had a question or comment for the entire audience as I'm listening to HCD's, some of the other comments regarding the applicability of ALMS or ALMS as a function of exceeding the EVCS or not. And I want to invite us to step back and think about the broader problem potentially that we're solving and ask, would it be feasible that when ALMS is allowed, that first there's whole level power factor correction for a structure, a multifamily structure? What would that cost? And what would that look like? And what would be the grid impacts, the cost effectiveness, if the building had to maintain its power factor, say at 0.88 or 0.9, before you could use ALMS? That's the end of my comment.
Thank you. Appreciate the brief comment. Thank you.
Next is Michelle.
Thank you. This is Michelle Pierce, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Electric Vehicle Charging for All Coalition. And I want to also comment on the 50% versus 100% that we are trying to achieve. That it's not only, everybody talks about the inequity of it, but also by not doing it now, by saying you have to do it incrementally, you're pushing everything back years and years. It takes so long for an apartment building to go through the conditioning process, the permit process, the building, the design, even at the very, very beginning, before it gets to be submitted to a city. This building is not going to be built for at least 3 years. So by not acknowledging that we want to be 100%, and saying you have to do it incrementally, it makes no sense. You're just pushing back. We only have 13 years where people.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle, for that comment. I also suggest maybe submitting comments and concerns to HCD's website. That would be great and would help on us moving on to the next agenda item. Thank you for that.
Excuse me, I'm not sure if Michelle was actually finished, and I don't think it's right to cut her off. Can you make sure she was finished?
I wasn't finished, but I lost track. Sorry, it upset me so much that I forgot what I was saying.
And I apologize. We're having some internet issues that I'm getting on my end. I'm in the office with Enrique. And so I think what's happening is we couldn't hear Michelle because on our end, we lost internet for a couple seconds there.
Yeah, we did. I couldn't hear.
Apologies.
Yeah. Go ahead, Michelle.
I'm sorry, I lost track of what I was saying. Basically, the incremental process will not work in this situation is all I have to say. We need 100% of apartments or dwelling units served now in the code, only because it takes so long for everything to happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michelle.
Next is Philip.
Thanks. I'll be real brief, responding to a specific comment on parking decoupling that happened a few minutes ago. I'll email you language. We've also thought about this in our local reach code enhancements, and our suggestion on dealing with this parking decoupling developments where technically nobody has a parking space because dwelling units are not attached to a parking space. We deal with that by saying that the EV charging facilities outlined in our reach codes need to go to 100% of the dwelling units or 100% of the parking spaces to ensure that that's covered. But certainly I'm happy to provide that via email and happy to chew on that more. It's an interesting issue that we are also kind of mulling over. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Philip.
Nicholas?
Hello, my name is Nicholas. I'm the founder of a company called Orange, which actually solves some of the problems you guys are addressing here. Under your systems for receptacles, I wanted to point out that you're using a NEMA 1420R. I would like you to consider using a NEMA 620 plug. The reason for this is specifically the savings and cost. One of those wires is never used to move energy to a vehicle, and therefore is just basically cost that the developer has to pay per parking spot to run for no good reason. On top of that, I think the 50% coverage is good, but if you're going to do that to reach 100%, you should add 50% make ready, meaning that the conduit and breaker space has been accounted for in the permitting so that 100% coverage could be met with the lowest amount of future cost.
Thank you, Nicholas, for that comment.
And thank you, Nicholas and Sven. Oh,
well, thank you very much. Thank you, Sven Thiessen here, EV Charging for All Coalition. Several points very quickly. First of all, when we talk about single family homes and the requirements since 2015, it's important to note that they are required to install a 40 amp circuit. We're only requiring apartment dwellers to have a 20 amp circuit. So when we talk about apples to apples comparison, it's really important to acknowledge that they're getting higher power and more flexibility. And again, as Linda said, it's really easy for someone in a single family home to call an electrician and get the EV infrastructure installed at that point in time. Second of all, I think it's critical to understand who is adopting EVs right now. This is from Gil Tal, UC Davis Transportation Studies, and I thought it was just amazing because I'm in that bucket. It is people who live in single family homes with one EV are adopting a second EV faster than those in apartment complexes. So people, again, who have already one EV are adopting a second EV faster than those who live in apartment complexes and condos because of this whole issue that Diana brought up right at the beginning about her $9,000 problem. And this environmental issue, I would say it's not so much because of environmental, it's because of simple economics. my family has saved $20,000 in driving EVs for the last 13 years. And again, so we look at adoption rates, who's adopting EVs and why. Load management. If you just run your wire, if you plug in your charger to your unit meter via the wiring, of course, you can still do load management. You can do load management from your car. You can do load management at the meter with a smart meter, and you can do load management by auto devices like a DCC9. So there's a whole, ALMS is not just bound to the EVSE. It can be done multiple ways, and a lot of things are going on there. Further, when we talk about, oh my goodness, we now have sub-metering from your local utility. As an ex-PG&E person, when we did our sub-metering pilot, we collected extra fees associated with that sub-metering. So you might get a cheap electric rate for sub-metering because you're going directly to the utility, but it may cost more because that's a sub-meter and that there's an extra fee associated with that. So I'm really happy that you have the direct wiring component. Finally, and I know that Emily didn't talk about the cost of lithium and all these other things, so I want to bring in something else. What is California's biggest economic export right now? If you didn't know, it's electric vehicles. And we're actually selling more electric vehicles. The value is more than the complete housing stock we're building in California. In other words, economically, it's more important that we keep selling EVs. It is when we build housing. There's more money in EVs than there is in housing stock. Thanks.
Thank you, Sven.
And Linda.
Sorry, just making sure you know that Sven and I are still waiting to present at the end. So we'll just
Yes. Before the presentation at this time, I would like to take a 10-minute break. That would be fantastic. I don't know about you guys, but I think it's probably time. We're almost 2 hours into this meeting. So let's break for 10 minutes, and then Sven will do and Linda will do the presentation.
Enrique, real quick, this is Mitchell with HCD. Before we jump off for the break, I just wanted to let the group know that I will be off the meeting, and Emily Withers with HCD will be on for any follow-up questions following the presentation.
Yeah, great. Hey, thank you, Mitchell, for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go to a brief break. Thank you. Okay, folks, welcome back. We're continuing on with our meeting. At this time, I would like to give Sven the opportunity and Linda to present. I'm hoping a very brief presentation pertaining to HCD. I know we've said 15 minutes. I'd like for you folks, if you guys can make it more succinct and try to keep it maybe to 10. We have a lot more items to cover. So I just want to make sure that we're giving proper time for all the proposed agenda items. With that, please proceed.
Okay, thanks Enrique and HCD team. We're grateful for this chance to present to you. We will try to keep it brief. These are the recommendations for the CALGreen code from our coalition. Just a brief overview of who we are and what our mission is. We want to make sure this point is really clear so we're understood that our mission is to ensure an equitable, safe, and on-demand access to EV charging at home or at work for all California residents. And our organization is composed of 1,400 organizations, elected officials, and residents that span the gamut from environmental justice, health, and climate organizations to faith communities, labor unions, EV advocates, and companies. And our leadership team is very experienced. As you saw, Dennis Corrales, who's a former code writer himself, and others. We just bring a lot of expertise and a lot of passion. Okay, next slide. It's very important to understand that this issue is absolutely critical. This issue of needing to ensure that all multifamily residents have access to EV charging, at least in the new construction, we need to start there. There's a lot of press about this, but this is actually a racial and class issue of equity. It's a structural racism to continue to allow the residents that live in multifamily housing to lack the access to charging that single family residents do enjoy. It's equivalent to a cold water flat situation where you're saying 50% of you get hot water, 50% don't. Without having access for all, we're not going to achieve the governor's goals. Next slide. People don't understand the speed at which this change is happening, this conversion to electric vehicles. Back in the 1900, the slide shows that only one of all those vehicles was a car. The rest were horse-drawn buggies. But just 13 years later, there was only one horse-drawn buggy and all the rest were cars. Next slide. Oh yeah, and you can see the adoption rate is just phenomenal. The same thing is happening with electric vehicles today. And there's no place like home for charging. It's actually essential that apartment and condo residents get at-home charging where it's most affordable, reliable, accessible, easy to use, and safe. You can leverage the long dwell times and you don't have to share a space. Next slide. We also want to make the point briefly, and then Sven's going to, in a minute, give you the actual recommendations, but we're setting the frame that the public charging rates are much higher than the at-home time of use rates. And so this is an equity issue. Those who already can't afford to buy a single family home also then have to pay more for charging. It's not equitable. Next slide. There's no time like now. I think Vanessa's point about it already being incremental when you are talking about just new construction is extremely important. However, there will be 50,000 new apartments and condos built in California each year. And by not ensuring that the new ones starting now, 100% of the units have access, you're absolutely guaranteeing millions and perhaps billions of dollars in retrofit expenses because the cost to install EV charging access after construction, what PG&E found it cost was $18,000 and upfront was about $1,400. So you need to make sure that you're building the buildings right in the first place. Instead of being locked in the ice age past, let's move the code now into the present EV reality. Next slide. Our guiding principles are really clear. We have a very much of a win-win mindset. We want to maximize access to EV-ready charging for multifamily residents. We also want to minimize the cost and the complexity for builders, managers, residents, and society. And we believe that our proposal actually does both, that this is a win for builders because it's actually going to cost them less to build buildings by our proposal than what you're proposing today. It's a win for the managers. They don't have to manage who gets the charging and who doesn't. For the residents, they get the access, and our society is going to save a lot of money, and we're going to have our climate protected. I'll pass it to Sven for the proposal. Go ahead, Sven.
So it's actually very simple. Every unit that has access to parking, and that's not every parking space, has access to low power level 2 charging. That's 208, 240 volt, 20 amp minimum, terminating at either a receptacle or an EVSC. And again, we're trying to thread the needle here, balancing cost and accessibility. Second, here's some free advertising for EVs, a highly visible EV ready sign at that parking space, and then wired to the unit's meter when possible. This solves a whole bunch of problems. That means that the condo HOA or the apartment manager doesn't have to deal with who pays for what electricity. It enables much simpler vehicle to grid technology, and it gives the apartment or condo dweller access to the cheapest electrical rates possible. So when we look at the code, we did an assessment. We wanted to identify the most, where the costs are, where can we reduce those costs? And what we found is bringing in power at the time of new construction is the most expensive part. So if we can minimize the amount of power brought in, we save money, a lot of money. And this came out of Peninsula Clean Energy, Silicon Valley Clean Energy's REACH code assessment done by Ed Pike, who's now at the CPUC study. So what we did is we looked at the current proposals, where we've been and where we are going to. And this is complicated. I'm sorry about that, but economics is messy. KVA is calculated power at the breaker versus what's delivered to the EV. This is full power level 2. That's a 40 amp circuit. Low power level 2 is a 20 amp circuit. Way back in 2019, mandatory, we did 10% of the space is EV capable in a 100 unit complex with 200 parking spaces. The power needed to be brought in was 192 kVA. As the prior slide illustrated, kVA or power needed to be brought in is another marker for how much it's going to cost. The bigger the kVA, the more it's going to cost. And then we got to look at how many units did it serve. It did 10% of the parking spaces, so that meant 10% of the units. Come along, what's going to go final live January 1st of this year, of next year, 25% low power level 2, 10% EV capable. You can see the slide. That power requirement for a 100 unit complex with 200 parking spaces is 528 kVA. Again, it's expensive. When you look at our proposal, I'm skipping what's proposed except to say that it's even more. Our proposal, when you just provide power to each unit, not the parking spaces, low power level 2, EV ready, it's only 480, much cheaper than the current proposal. Again, I'm a numbers guy. These charts work for me, but they don't work for lots of people. So the next slide compares kVA or dollars. Again, red is bad, big red, bad, to the proposal. We have, again, where we are right now, 2024, and the intervening code, 568 kW versus our 480. Ours is the lower cost solution here. And again, when you look at the most important thing, which we've been advocating for, is that every unit gets access to charging. We address 100% of the units versus it's only 50% here. When you look at the tier, I get, as an ex-PG&E, ex-Peninsula Clean Energy utility guy, I get very concerned, because when you look at the tiers in terms of it's done on percent spaces, again, we're still advocating as we go through the tiers, 100% of the units, not the parking spaces, get access to low power level 2. The 480 kVA stays constant. But when you look at the proposal, it's almost double that in tier 2. And again, you're still only covering and yes, you could probably work it out, but it's only 75% of the units have access to power. So this is very troubling to us. and how much extra money we're going to spend and yet not achieve our goals. So we want to think about outside of the box, and we're trying to, again, thread this needle of providing access to charging for everyone while simultaneously keeping the cost to the builders, both from a construction perspective and an operational perspective, low as possible. And right now, under this scenario, for less cost, we can get everyone charging. And so we got to change the thinking, and it's being done right now in the national code. It's based on the number of units versus parking spaces. And our goal should not be to wire a bunch of parking spaces, but it should be to provide every unit with access to EV ready charging right now. And why are we building these buildings? Because we know from these adoption rates that everyone's going to want an EV. Well, they already do, that are going to need retrofitting next year. And why would we make the builders pay more, yet simultaneously giving fewer residents access to charging? This is not rocket science, people. We can make this happen. We just need to change our thinking just a little bit, and everybody wins. Thank you.
We're happy to take any questions about that. We know that was a lot, and we appreciate the chance to present it. Could you maybe address that last question about wouldn't you want to make sure the builders pay less and everybody gets access? Is there any reason why you don't want that to happen? Because if you do, we really would like you to consider this and make this the minimum instead of having the make it wait to the tiers, have it be the base code. I want to make one final comment as someone who's advocated with my city for REACH codes. It takes an enormous amount of time for the city staff, enormous amount of time for us advocates to go city by city trying to reach higher tiers. You at the state can set that minimum high where it needs to be 100% access for every unit with parking. It would be revolutionary. You would be stepping into leadership that the governor's asking of all of us. You'd be setting the bar. It would be marvelous. So do you have any questions or comments about our presentation?
Yeah. Hi, Linda. Thank you for, and Sven, thank you for that very brief presentation. In the interest of time, I'm sure that HCD appreciates all the comments and this presentation. It would be great for us if we could maybe not have a question and answer for this portion, but maybe email or communicate directly with HCD. I think they hear you loud and clear, and we do appreciate you presenting this information. If that's agreeable, I would like to, at this time, proceed on to the next agenda item.
Rick, if I could just say, we have emailed a lot, and this hasn't been yet brought forward. So we do feel if it's not now isn't the forum, we would like an in-person meeting to discuss this. And it's just really important that you understand, again, this is going to cost less and give everybody access. Why would you not do it? So could we please commit to having a meeting to present this further and answer questions about it then?
Yeah, actually, this would be something for HCD to make that determination. But if HCD wants to make a comment right now, that absolutely would be great.
Yeah, this is Emily Withers with HCD. To Sven and Linda, thank you for the presentation. I would appreciate it if you could update your presentation to show that our option B for the tiers does include the proposal by the EV Charging for All Coalition, because that's omitted on the presentation, so it's not representing our full proposal. So I would appreciate that. And I don't know if Mitch is still on the line. I think he is. If he wants to address anything beyond that. And I'd like to thank all the stakeholders too for all their advice. And as Mitch mentioned, if there are technical issues that we need to fix, whether they're related to the receptacles or the issue about what about if there's no assigned parking, please make sure you comment to us by October 6th. And I'll let Mitch speak. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Go ahead.
Oh, real quick. Sorry, Enrique. Just wanted to confirm what you suggested, and anyone with comments to submit those to HCD, we would gladly take them. That is the platform. And I also want to remind the group, and I know BSC will be mentioning it later, that there will be other opportunities throughout the rulemaking process to submit comments and to engage with HCD through the formal process. So this isn't it, and HCD we're taking in the information and will adjust as necessary. So we look forward to those comments to Title 24 at hcd.ca.gov. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Mitchell, for that. Appreciate everybody's input thus far. I'd like to proceed on to agenda item 2A, and I think we need to, I'd like to share my screen at this time. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Let's see. So this, we're moving on to agenda item 2B. This is CARB's proposal for medium heavy duty vehicle amendments. And at this time, I would be great if maybe Bruce Tedder or Stephen Toft could provide an update to their initial proposal. And I can certainly, I'll go down to the portions here that talk about the actual amendments. I believe these amendments are similar, or if not identical, to the proposed updates that they did last time. This time we're actually showing what those updates are. So do we have Bruce or Stephen on the call so they can comment?
Yeah.
Morning,
Thank
Bruce.
you. This is Stephen Toft, representing the California Resources Board. Like Enrique said, we're proposing to add some stuff to the current rule, and it is, like he said, exactly what we were proposing last time, but we have the updated table now. So we're proposing to add manufacturing facilities and office buildings of 10,000 square feet or more with off-street loading spaces to the current rule. And the current rule requires installation of infrastructure to support later addition of chargers up to 400 kVA of zero emission vehicle fueling in all newly constructed warehouses, grocery stores, and retail buildings of certain minimum square footage thresholds that also have off-street loading spaces. So again, we're just adding manufacturing facilities and office buildings of 10,000 square feet or more to the list of the 3 existing building types.
Great, thank you, Stephen. I just want to mention that we've updated the numbering system because we're proposing additions and alterations that will take the 5.4 and currently medium heavy duty is 5.4. So we're going to convert the 5.4 to proposing it to be 5.5.
Thank you, Enrique. We did notice that, and we've included that in our documentation. Thank you.
Does anybody have any comments pertaining to CARB's proposal?
No hands raised.
Okay, no hands raised. Okay, great. With hearing no comments, I'd like to proceed to agenda item 2C. So let's proceed. Okay, can everybody see? Yeah, see the screen? Okay, there we go. So this, moving on to agenda item 2B, actually, I'm sorry, 2C. These are the proposals for, this is strictly for BSC's proposal. DSA is hosting, they're hosting their next workshop September 30th, in which they will discuss their specific proposals for public schools and community colleges. So this is a BSC only proposal. This is the proposal that we shared last time, but we've done a great deal of work. And this is for additions and alterations. This is for existing buildings. So additions and alterations to existing buildings or parking facilities. So what we've done here is we're trying to be very specific as to what the requirements are going to be when some of these conditions are triggered. So in this new code section, we basically are referring to comply with when one of the two following conditions for a specific section. So we've added a new section 5106.5.4.1 and 5.4.2. And then when the conditions are triggered, and basically here are the conditions. We have 3 conditions that the installation of electric vehicle charging stations or EVSC would be triggered is condition number 1, when the scope of construction work includes an increase in power supply to an electrical service panel as part of a parking facility addition or alteration. So that's one potential trigger. The other one is when a new photovoltaic system is installed, converting existing parking spaces. Number 3 is when additions or alterations to existing buildings are triggered pursuant to section 301.3. This is where the triggers are for an addition of over 1,000 square feet or greater, or a cost project valuation of $200,000 or greater, given the condition of when you're increasing the power supply to an electric service panel. So this is only triggered based on the existing triggers that we have for additional alterations, but very specific to the increase of power supply to the electrical service panel. So we want to make sure we're not inadvertently triggering this requirement if you're just doing something that's not pertaining to liquid power. So let's say it's just interior renovation with no increase to power supply. So want to be very specific as to its application. We've also have added some exceptions here, which is, and these exceptions currently exist for the mandatory section for the current allowed exceptions for the EV capable spaces requirements. So these are the same. A, B, and C are identical. We have added D was where the exception would be one of the following conditions where demonstrated as impracticable, excluding local utility service or utility infrastructure issues. So A, B, and C pertain to power from the utility side, and this is where we're making this as an exception when there's other issues that are not specific to the power utility, and so that's what we've added there. So this might be the running power across a public right-of-way or a street that might not be feasible or impractical. So that's what that exception is trying to capture there. We've also have added exceptions for remote parking that does not have access to the building service panel. Number 3 is parking lighting upgrades where no trenching is part of the scope of work. Exception 4 is emergency repairs, including but not limited to water line breaks in parking facilities, natural disasters, the repairs, etc. I like to take, let me go through the whole document and then I'll take questions after this presentation. One of the, assuming you meet one of those 3 conditions, then you would go to either under 4.54.1 is existing buildings or parking areas without EV capable infrastructure. So this is where existing facilities that have not been permitted that were permitted prior to the EV regulations, maybe after 2016 CALGreen code. So this is where there's no EV infrastructure. 4.2 is for buildings or parking facilities that have EV capable infrastructure installed. So without EV capable spaces, and this would be for additions, the A stands for additions or alterations. When EV capable infrastructure does not exist at an existing parking facility or building, and the parking facility or building undergoes an addition or alteration listed in section 5.106.5.4 above at the beginning of the charging language, construction shall include electric vehicle charging in compliance with section 5.106.5.3 and table 5.106.5.3.1. So these are the current codified sections for the EVSE requirements. And then of course, table 3.1 gives you the actual list of the capable spaces that then with the ones that need to be converted to electric vehicle charging stations. And then it says here for the total number of actual parking spaces being added or altered. Then very similar language for the one that has the EV capable infrastructure. Mainly here, what we're saying is, well, let me just read it, probably be easier. When EV capable infrastructure is available at an existing parking facility or building and the parking facilities or building is undergoing an addition or alteration listed in 5.4 above, construction shall include electric vehicle charging in compliance with the same sections 5.3 and the same table 5.3.1, utilizing the existing EV capable allotted power and the infrastructure for the total number of actual parking spaces being added or altered. If the area being added or altered exceeds the existing EV capable parking allotted power and infrastructure, provide additional EV charging as needed to comply with table 5.3.1. So this is basically saying, depending on the additional alteration and the affected number of parking spaces, and or if you're adding those, we want to make sure that the existing EV capable spaces get built out prior to adding additional ones. So first build out what you have there and then add as needed based on the table and in that code section. The idea here that we were trying to treat additions and alterations the same as we would new construction. So we're always referring to the mandatory portion of the code for the triggers, you know, based on the affected spaces or added spaces. Does anybody have, okay, that's it. Does anybody have any comments pertaining to this proposal?
Go ahead, Kurt.
Yes, Enrique, thank you for the opportunity as we're looking at non-residential structures undergoing alterations that are triggered by the current threshold for Chapter 5 of 2022 CALGreen. So for jurisdictions that might be adopting reach codes where the table is replaced, there is a little bit of a remorse that now you know, there might be a mid-code amendment. I'm thinking about some of the work that's undergoing now here at the city of Berkeley. But of course, I understand that, you know, wanting to reliance on the structure that's already there in the model code. Second, and this pertains to the measures that this would trigger in the definition for EV capable. We see that there is a raceway that is specifically referenced in Chapter 5, but when we look at so I think here there's no ambiguity. But I'm just reflecting on the fact that if we go into detailed requirements in Chapter 4, that EV capable.
Sorry, Kurt, to cut you off. Do you mean Chapter 5? Because this is strictly Chapter 5.
Yes, no, I'm saying in Chapter 5 there's no ambiguity, because if I'm looking currently at the 2022 Chapter 5 requirement in 5.106.531, sub item 1, it specifically calls out raceways, but the definition itself of capable, potentially there's a missing comma, but if we look, you know, if we look in Chapter 4 into the more detailed nuts and bolts of the subsections, the capable, you know, there's actually some disagreement in our staff as to whether the intention was for the raceway to be there or not in the case of residential. So anyway, I know that's slightly off topic because we're talking about non-residential TI, but this was the opportunity to bring that up, and that's, I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you so much for your comment. Appreciate it.
No other hands raised.
We have no other raised hands. Oh, okay, we have one raised hand. Okay.
Sorry, and Enrique, I've not been following this closely. I just got one quick question. The example that I was given is a religious institution or a low-income college that wants to convert their lighting system in the parking lot from, say, incandescent or fluorescent to LED. And it involves taking the cans out of the lighting fixtures, which triggers, our understanding, is a requirement for a permit. Would that trigger these EVSE?
No.
No, it's not a photovoltaic system. It's not. What it is they're redoing the lighting.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think we do have, hold on. Let's see. No, I'm sorry. Let's go to the, I'm sorry. We do have it here as an exception, I believe. So we talked about lighting, parking area lighting upgrades where no trenching is part of the scope of work. So this would be like, let's say you're doing, like you're saying, updating lights and things like that. That this would come into play. Unless we can clarify any further, but that's what this intent was. If you're just doing like some sort of energy upgrade and you're not doing physical trenching and things like that, this is basically like replacement. Then this is meant to cover that, exempt that work, that sort of permitting and work.
Okay, my second question is also what I've recently learned is, for example, when we upgraded our windows in San Francisco, they made us, it was an old Victorian, they made us put fire in smoke detectors in all of the rooms. And they said, this is a health and safety thing. And I've heard that in some cases, if you spend X dollar on a project, it triggers things like new ADA requirements / in this case, the need to add EV charging. Did you guys consider that when you did the alterations and additions component?
Yeah, absolutely. We want to make sure that it's very specific to work that makes sense to do EV upgrade. So yes, this is not intended to trigger any additional upgrades to an existing building or parking facility. So that's what we've added these exceptions to make it very clear.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments.
James?
Yeah, hi, it's Jim Fry from 2050 Partners again, supporting the California IOU Codes and Standards team. I suggest that BSC also starts to capitalize the defined terms systematically. So when we see EV capable, we mean it, and it's legit. Also, possibly changing the wording on your two examples by saying without. If you take a look at your 5.106.541 paragraph, if you could say maybe without previously installed EV capable infrastructure, it might make it super clear that it's pre-existing.
Okay.
And not confuse people about new or not. So that's one thing.
Okay.
Thanks for listening. And then finally, for this and for the HCD activities, what sort of activity could occur that tracks exceptions? So in real life, when these codes hit the books and people start using them, and then exceptions are allowed, it would be quite exciting for all of us to track the exceptions that occur and learn from them, and to understand if the exceptions are doing what they're intended to do. Are there mechanisms to be that needy with the jurisdictions to track how jurisdictions deploy exceptions? Thank you.
I mean, it's not, we don't normally survey or monitor what local jurisdictions are doing with these codes, although we do hear about when things are not working and we get comments on those. So that's when we will look at it and you know, try to fine tune it for the next rulemaking. But yeah, I would love to hear from jurisdictions if these codes are how they're being implemented. And it's probably something that we can look into to maybe do a survey and see, you know, how are these codes being implemented, and, you know, any lessons learned, and especially on those exceptions. That'd be great to see if we got it right. So, but anyway, appreciate that comment,
Sure.
Jim.
Sure.
Kurt?
Yes, no, I wanted to appreciate Kurt with the city of Berkeley. I wanted to appreciate James' comment, and just a reminder that you know, these provisions there's no supplementary compliance documents. For instance, when a low-rise residential structure, the energy compliance documents take an exception because of this poor solar access, 69% or less reference to an unshaded panel. That's something that's in the state registry, those filings with the, you know, CalCerts or Cheers. Here on the exemptions, it would be extra work on the part of the jurisdictions to report those, but it would be insightful for policy going forward.
Thank you, Kurt.
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, seeing no hands, I'd like to move on to our next agenda item. Okay, here we go. So agenda item 2D pertains to our definition. So in this one here, we actually, DSA and BSE are co-adopting some of these definitions. And all that we've done from the workshop number 3 is to make some edits to try to clarify, you know, this proposed change. So there was no change to the definite proposed change for electric vehicle charging station. We kept it the same, which was to add the comma and receptacles, because once a charger is installed, whether it's a level 1, low power level 1, DCFC, or a receptacle, it becomes an electric vehicle charging station. So that didn't change. Agenda item 2E, we did make some amendments. So DSA is proposing this level 1 electric vehicle charging receptacle, and that's that 120 volt, 20 amp minimum branch circuit, and a receptacle. We removed the verbiage pertaining to electric, the driver. So we've just made it very specific and just kept to the definition of level 1 and or low power level 2. So we heard what the comments from our 3rd workshop and have removed that kind of superfluous information as to be part of that definition. So those are the changes for this agenda item 2E. Does anybody have any comments thus far on these proposed code changes?
Noelani?
Hi, this is Noelani Derrickson with Tesla. Thanks for hosting this meeting and for the continued work of staff to listen, develop, and strengthen these codes. Really appreciate it. I just have a question for agenda item 2D, and that's on the definition of electric vehicle charging station. This is at the bottom of page 2. And the last sentence in that definition states electric vehicle charging stations are not considered parking spaces. And I was hoping you could clarify why that's included. And from our end, we're concerned that this would restrict those spaces with EV charging from counting towards minimum parking count that jurisdictions require. And as you might be aware, there was a bill passed, AB 970, that does require any parking spot that has an EV charging station to count towards minimum parking counts and even be subtracted from the local jurisdiction's minimum parking count requirements. However, not all jurisdictions do comply with it. And so I'm hoping we can strike that or get some more information about why that's included. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so just to respond to that comment. So this definition is currently a definition that was adopted by HCD as part of the 2022 triennial code adoption cycle. And the only amendment that we added was to add the words comma and receptacles. However, perhaps Emily Withers can maybe respond to the comments specifically to the be considered for parking spaces. We were just trying to align with existing code language to not have two very different definitions. So we're basically adopting and amending slightly this definition. But maybe Emily, if you can provide some feedback as to the parking space being added or originally being added as a definition in here, that'd be great.
Yeah, this is Emily Withers with HCD. We actually have a reference to the vehicle code section 22.511.2, and the provisions in that particular section of the vehicle code state that an EV space should be counted, maybe counted as a parking space for, local agency parking quotas. So we have that in our code. It's in our mandatory sections talking about generally EV charging requirements for multifamily and hotels and motels. So I thought BSC also had that reference to the vehicle code, but I'm not sure where it is.
We can look, but I think we co-adopted that amendment. It's I can probably show it on the next slide, but I think we do have it there. We use a very similar language as HCD in that, and I can share that in the next slide. But no, Lonnie, we can look into this if there are other concerns beyond that, if it's still unclear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kurt?
Yes. So with regards to this item 2D that we're on and pertaining to the 2022 CALGreen definition of electric vehicle EV capable space. If I look in the model code, and I'll read this verbatim, a vehicle space with electrical panel space and load capacity to support a branch circuit and necessary raceways, comma, both underground and or surface mounted, comma, to support EV charging. Now, my suggestion, first of all, I guess it's a question, and this comes back to earlier comments. It's not that the load capacity is both for branch circuit and raceways, it's that there's and necessary raceways. So depending on the intention, eliminating the first and between electrical panel space and load capacity and replacing it with a comma, and then placing a comma after circuit might clarify that the raceway is part of the definition. It's not that it's the load capacity to support the branch circuit and necessary raceways, because I'd say even among our staff, there was disagreement.
Kurt, can you're talking about the EV capable definition?
That is correct.
Let me go up there. I'm interested in looking into that right now. So you're talking about electric vehicle right here, electric vehicle supply equipment.
So it's electric vehicle EV capable space. I believe it's just above that, like 2 or 3 above that. You're right, just above ready.
Okay.
Well, there's a delay. I think it's on the upper, there it is. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so EV, okay,
Yes.
right here, okay.
There.
So you're suggesting to add a vehicle space with electrical panel space and load capacity to support a branch circuit and necessary. So you're suggesting to add a comma.
So my suggestion that currently the way it reads is there's disagreement even amongst our staff. So let me just reread it again as I would amend it. A vehicle space with electrical panel space, comma, load capacity to support a branch circuit, comma, and necessary raceways. Now, what that accomplishes is it's commas, two commas separating three substantives. We know that they exist. They're not future potentials. We need the electrical panel space, number one. Number two, we need the load capacity to support a branch circuit, two. And third, we need the necessary raceways. The way this English is currently composed, there's some ambiguity.
Got it. Kurt, do you mind sending me an email with that suggested change, and then I can run it by DSA and HCD to see we can discuss it further? That'd be great.
I will do that, Enrique. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mia?
That answered my question, thanks. I was just going to recommend if we have more detailed items like that, that maybe we do defer to sending the comments to us so that we aren't trying to fix it on the fly here. But that was super helpful, thank you. Because I agree, I've read through some of these and I want to make sure that they're interpreted in the way we intend them to be. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Mia, for that input.
Dennis?
Yes, I like to follow on Noelani's comment. I understand that the vehicle code and that bill you mentioned makes it clear that the electric vehicle space has to be counted in a parking count, but I didn't hear an answer about why we have this language that says it's not a parking space. Could you, maybe I missed that and I apologize if you got that answer, but I didn't hear the answer and I'd appreciate knowing what the rationale is behind that. Thank you.
Dennis, so I'm gonna, and I hate to put Emily on the spot here, and if we can't provide an answer right now, we can definitely get back to you as to why this is being added in the definition. So Emily, you don't have to answer right now if you don't have have it right in front of you.
Whatever you can do. Thank you.
Enrique, this is Tom Martin with HCD. I think I can answer that. That is existing code language in one of the definitions, and that was back before the spaces were actually installed or the chargers were actually installed, and we wanted to make sure that they weren't considered parking spaces, they were charging spaces. But then the vehicle code got changed, and we put that language into our regulations, and we thought about taking it out of the definition, but we didn't at the time because we were still considering them as a charging space, not a parking space, but the vehicle code required it to be allowed to be counted as a parking space for local parking space counts.
Thank you for that. And you may want to consider making this language consistent with the vehicle code. I would suggest, but thank you for explaining that.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah,
Dennis.
and this is Emily Withers with HCD, and I think Dennis will have some history on this too, but I believe this was done too to make this separate from whether it was a service that was provided versus the parking space. So I think that was one of the reasons, but that was very early in the development of the EV charging regulations and prior to DSA putting in the EV charging provisions into Chapter 11B.
I understand, but perhaps it's time to move on like you suggest. Maybe we could look at this as a future code change to, because I don't like ambiguities. We're saying left and right, it seems, at the same time here with this. So, but thank you for that history.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. Do we have any more raised hands?
Enrique, may I step in? And I thank you.
Oh, absolutely.
For the comment. Thank you, Dennis, for the comment. I think the primary reason is to avoid conflict with Chapter 11B and the way parking is defined for accessibility purposes versus the use of an EV charging space. That I believe is the primary reason there's the distinction made between the two. The other thing I'll point out, though, in this topic, because there probably is some work to be done on this, is that the reference you were mentioning, Enrique, actually, I believe in the 2022 is in a note, which I believe is not regulatory, correct? So there may be some conflict there that we need to work on.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Good point. Thank you, Eric, for that comment. Okay.
No other hands.
Okay, another hand. So I'd like to move on to the next agenda item.
There we go.
Okay, perfect. All right, moving on to agenda item. Well, what time do we have? Okay, just want to be cognizant of time. We're going to be taking lunch, 30-minute lunch break at noon. So we have 8 minutes. So let's see how far we can go. Maybe we can get a couple of these agenda items done. Let's see. So moving on. So for agenda item 2G, and some of these are related. So when we go to agenda item, let me go there first, and then I'll have to come back to the charging language that got amended. So for agenda item 2G, we heard comments received on the third workshop and have made some edits. Mia, do you want? Yeah, let's go to Mia first. Before
I just, maybe I missed something. So we were on agenda item 2D, and it included more definitions than just that, or did I miss that? We talked about the EV charging station, but did we go over level 1, low power 2, and level 2?
Yeah, we did, and there was no.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I went through all of it, and then folks had comments on the first agenda.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, so anyway, so based on comments received, we had added. We had some amendments here that pertained to. We basically removed the inclusion for electric vehicle charging stations. We had the low power level 1, and you'll see why we repealed it, or removed it. But basically, this is going to the tables. So to comply with electric vehicle charging station requirements in this table, we are now allowing the DCFC to comply, to be able to be used either for to take care of some EV capable spaces, and or be used to basically comply with the level 2 chargers. So this has got amended to basically kind of clarify that you can use level 2 and or DCFCs, and then just making sure that we're keeping at least one level 2 charger. And then the other amendment here was to add the DCFC to include compliance, basically to substitute for level 2 EVSC on a 1:5 ratio for both the existing EV capable and the level 2 EVSC. We did receive some comments. I'd like to acknowledge comments received from Alma Barreras. Thank you for those comments. What we can maybe, I'll touch on those comments a little later, but basically, so for this agenda item 2G, so we have, well, let me just proceed on, and then we'll provide comments and request for comments at the end. So that's the compliance with basically the table. In addition, for item 2G, 2H, BSC is proposing to add the definition of low power level 2. And the main change from workshop number 3 was that we removed the 10% maximum, and that's based on comments received. So basically, BSC is proposing to allow the installation of low power level 2, which is a 20 amp per our defined proposed definitions. So we're allowing low power level 2 charging receptacles shall be permitted to reduce the minimum number of required EV capable spaces without EVSC on table 3.1 by 1 and reduce proportionally the required electrical load capacity. So basically what we're saying here is we're allowing the substitution of 2 low power level 2 EV charging receptacles to replace 1 EV charging space. So basically, because it's basically 20 amps versus EV capable spaces that are at 40 amps. In addition, we made some editorial changes to the accessible electric vehicle charging station requirement. We just basically spelled it all out to be very clear and specific. The other amendment was we took the note and we made it into an actual code section. And then, yeah, so basically, once again, referring to this policy directive, but we felt the note, it would be better suited to be its own specific code section. And for the actual current table, we just, we added footnote number 3 to just make it very clear that we're talking, that we require at least 1 level 2 charger EVSC to be provided. Although it's up in the charging paragraph, we felt it would be important to actually have it in this table in case folks are just going straight to the table. And so that takes care of agenda item 2G. And I'll just mention 2I. This is basically the proposal here is to allow the compliance method to be based on power allocation method. We're not calling it an option. It's just a different method of compliance. And I'll go more specifically to this one here. And the reason I mentioned this one now is before I take comments on this section 3, this first proposed amendments, at the very beginning of code section, here we go. So we've added an amendment here to basically tell the code reader that the electric vehicle charging stations shall comply with either the 3.2, which is the current table, or this power allocation method that is 3.6. So this is just saying you can comply. So everything below this is still applicable for EV capable spaces. But we're saying here is if you want to comply with the EVCS, you either go to 3.2, which is basically 3.2 is these amendments that also reference table 3.1. So that's one compliance method. The other compliance method is to use the power allocation method, which is in item 2I, which is basically this. So this is the power allocation method. So comply with one or the other. So before we move on to this item 2I, I'd like to take comments pertaining to the proposed changes under 2G. Up here. Okay. At this time, I'd like to consider some comments, and then if we get a lot of comments here, we can go to 30-minute lunch, and then, or unless you want to go to 3-minute lunch and think about comments, we can do that as well. What do you folks?
Let's go to comments. Let's get the comments done for 2 G.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, Dwight.
Good morning. I apologize. I had the same misconception as Mia. I knew there was a reference to the definition of level 1, but I thought we were going to be coming back to it under item E. And I just have a protocol question for you, actually. I noted that in the definition in the brackets, you indicated that it was a DSA suggestion. I'm just wondering, does that mean it applies to just schools that DSA has oversight on, or does it apply to all buildings?
Yeah, so when there's a banner, it only applies to the state agencies, what's under their jurisdiction. So if it has a DSA banner, that's public schools and community colleges. And so BSC is not adopting level 1. Hold on. Where is it? Yeah, so hold on, give me a minute here. I just want to make sure that I get this straight. Sorry, so DSA is not adopting low power level 2. So that you'll see that the low power level 2 only has a BSC banner and not a DSA banner. However, in this mandatory section, they're allowing level 1 in the power allocation method. But keep in mind that DSA has their own set of proposals, and they're going to be presenting those on the September 30th workshop.
Okay, so, okay, thank you. That's really helpful. So I take it that the inverse is true, that the low power level 2 definition with the banner BSCCG, well, it also has DSA, but the inverse would be that BSC is not embracing level 1, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
We're only
I just wanted to clarify that one section. Thank you very much.
Sure, no problem. Thanks.
Dennis? Oh, his hand went down. Noelani?
Hi, this is Noelani Derrickson from Tesla. So speaking to agenda item 2G, we are very supportive and appreciative of the technical clarifications here that allow property owners to select DC fast charging to meet their CALGreen EV capable or EVSE installed compliance requirements. This flexibility is essential to allow EV charging options that align with vehicle dwell time. So really appreciate staff working on this. We also are supportive of the flexibility provided by 2H and 2I. However, we think that they should be in addition to 2G and not in exchange for it, which I think, Enrique, you clarified that that is in fact the case. So thank you.
Thank you, Noelani.
Alma?
Hi, good afternoon. I hope you guys can hear me. Alma Barreras. I'm with on behalf of Electrify America. Thank you, Enrique. Thank you, staff, for all of the time today and all of the support. I'd like to provide a comment on item 2G. So in previous work group meetings and various communications with BSC and other agency staff, we have requested that the CALGreen code be clarified to establish that this alternative compliance pathway allows DCFC installations to comply with CALGreen requirements at a 5-to-1 ratio across both the EVSC installed and EV capable requirements. We appreciate the staff efforts and the consideration provided to our comments, and we appreciate the inclusion of these proposed amendments in the intervening code cycle. In a letter from EV charging stakeholders sent yesterday, we endorsed this proposed amendment. We believe the change reflects the original understanding of stakeholders that the 5-to-1 ratio would apply between DCFC and level 2 AC chargers, and we thank BSC staff for addressing our feedback. We only urge that if possible, this provision should be implemented as soon as possible by 2023. And that's my comment for 2G. Thank you.
Thank you, Alma. Appreciate it.
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. So at this time, I'd like to go, Mia, what do you recommend? Go for lunch and continue on with the last agenda item, and then we have the other information pertaining to rulemaking and timelines.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
Take a 30-minute break.
Yep.
So we're going to do 2H after lunch?
Yeah, let's do well, actually 2H, no, if you, yeah, that's fine. We can, if there's anybody that has comments regarding 2H, which we already discussed, we can certainly continue on with 2H and then 2I. Okay, great. Let's do a 30-minute lunch. Thank you so much. Okay, welcome back, folks. Hope you had a good lunch. Brief, but hopefully it was good. I know everybody's eating at their desk. Okay, okay, we're gonna continue on. Let me go to the agenda item.
I have two hands raised.
Okay, we have two hands raised. We have Dennis and then Dwight and Jim.
Ready to go? Jim?
Hi, this is Dennis. Hi, this is Dennis Corrales, former deputy state architect. And I have a final comment on item G. If I could do it very briefly, I would appreciate that. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely, Dennis.
Okay, thank you.
Let me go to the agenda item, which is. Okay, yeah, so this is where we left off, agenda item 2H, and I think we already talked about this. This was basically, agenda item 2H is where we are proposing.
Dennis wanted to address G.
Oh, okay, let's go back to G. Dennis Corrales has comment regarding this, I believe, agenda 2G, and its section ends in 3.2. Go ahead, Dennis.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, it's my understanding that this lets you substitute a DCFC for 5 lower level charging positions. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, so the way that we amended this specific code language here, we're allowing the installation of 1 DCFC.
You gotta click away.
Let me, hold on, let me.
There, thank you.
Yeah. We allow the installation of each DCFC permitted to reduce the number of required EV capable spaces and electric vehicle charging stations with level 2 EVSC on a 1:5 ratio.
Okay, and well, one of my questions is, how does this reduce the panel capacity? Because we define somewhere a DCFC as minimum 50 kVA. And even if you're taking out level 2s, you're only talking 540 amp circuits. So I don't understand how the math works there. That might be something you would like to look at, because you know, it seems that if you put a DCFC in and it's as defined, you're going to have more capacity required when you take those 5 lower level ones out. So that was my one question. And then I have some concerns about how this would affect, gives the opportunity to severely diminish the number of charging positions in long dwell time applications. For example, a workplace charging, or student charging at, for example, a school, because.
Okay, so yeah, let's talk about this. Was specific. This is DSA's coming up with their own amendments.
Yes.
It might be a little different than this, and that's the September 30th workshop.
Okay.
Okay, but then as to address kind of those concerns, we have are proposing the allowance of low power level 2. So you can also use low power level 2, and we're kind of trying to make it kind of widen the applicability to allow the developers or the owner to then determine what's best for that specific project. So we're allowing the installation with no limit of low power level 2, and then also the DCFC. So
I understand, and I applaud that flexibility, that you can go get more spots at a longer dwell time capacity. But I still don't understand, like when you're doing a 2-for-1 exchange, 2 low level 2s for a level 2, how do you reduce the panel capacity? Because that's 2 at 20 in lieu of 1 at 40 amps.
So we're trying to be equitable. So what we're saying is, if so EV capable requires a 40 amp, but this is low power level 2 is 20 amps. So we're saying it's a 2-to-1 swap out.
Right, but there's no reduction in the load capacity, is there? Or am I missing something here?
No, you're not. That was one of my comments, but that's a different letter, right?
Oh, I see. What you're saying is
I don't see how you can reduce the capacity when you're exchanging 140 for 220s. because they all have to be able to operate simultaneously, or unless that's not true anymore.
That you have a good point here. So you're saying this potentially may need to be looked into, this the verbiage here, right? That's what you're saying?
Right.
Okay.
That's my concern, that you're reading, it creates the wrong impression that somehow you can downsize your panel, when the way I read it, you know, with the in the total context, you really can't. But thank you for taking that into consideration.
Yeah, we'll look into that. Now, we know that the working power for level 2 is 30 amps. And so,
no, it's 40 amps, isn't it?
I'm sorry, 30, well, per the definition, I think it's 30 amps, like
The 40 amp circuit though.
40 amp circuit.
That's a 40 amp with 32 amps flowing, and the 20s are a 20 amp breaker with 16 amps flowing. So the capacity is equivalent. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, good point though, Dennis. We'll
right,
look into this. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Okay, let's go ahead with the next item. And thank you very much for letting me go back.
Thank you for the comment. Okay, so so moving on. Does anybody have any more comments before I move on pertaining to this agenda item 2H?
James?
I'm on H. I'm parked for H, so I'll just wait. Thanks.
Yeah, we're on H now.
This is Dwight McCurdy. I still have a comment on G.
Oh, okay.
So I wanted to bring up the same definitional question that Dennis raised, which you now recognize, with regard to that proportional reduction. I also don't believe that you would see a proportional reduction. But I wanted to raise again this issue of the 1-to-5 multiplier. My concern is that from the perspective of the EV network, EV charging station network provider, they may feel more motivated to provide DC fast charging rather than low level 2. And the EV Coalitions has identified employees as being the priority recipients of EV charging for non-residential, that they should take first priority. Otherwise, they will get overlooked, and those are the potential EV drivers who will most likely need charging at work. And in order to prioritize them, you need to align low power charging with their all-day work shifts. Most of those folks are going to be in an extended work shift of 6, 7, 8, 9 hours. And the most convenient method for charging for them is going to be low power level 2. And the way this is written, the 1-to-5 substitution, you could end up with only one level 2. You might end up with a whole bank of DC fast chargers. So there needs to be some kind of limitation or preservation of level 2 in relation to somehow the employee count or the number of employees that may be and are likely to be at that building. I'm not sure exactly how you do it, but without any limitations on the suggestion of the substitution, I believe you're most likely to see a heavy preponderance of DC fast charging, because low level 2 and level 2 is probably not going to get as much attention to those that are profiting from installing these stations. So that's my concern. And if you can provide some type of qualifying language that limits the number of DC fast charging stations that are substituted for low level 2, that would be good in order to preserve the long dwell time opportunities for employees. I'm curious, in your discussions, did that ever come up?
Yeah, I mean, we've considered all those. We've been hearing from the various multiple workshops that this issue with dwell time, making sure that DCFCs are allowed to be used in those very specific occupancies or uses that would require or be most beneficial to have DCFCs. We've also heard that we want to make sure that we are allowing in office buildings, all right, specifically that employees, have the ability to charge at a lower power. We were initially considering a level 1, and then based on comments received, it appeared that low power level 2 was more appropriate for user satisfaction. So then we pursued the introduction of a low power level 2, and we also allowed for that the swap out, to kind of incentivize low power level 2s, because those could be receptacles as well, not an actual charger, to substitute for EV capable spaces. We removed the maximum percentage. So all of this is done kind of us listening to comments received from the multiple workshops. And I believe the DCFC 1:5 ratio, those were comments that we received back for the 2022 code, or the 2021 Triana code adoption cycle from various groups. So we're trying to do a fine balance between all the interested parties and stakeholders, and we're trying to get kind of somewhere in the middle. But we do appreciate that comment, Dwight. I think at this point, looking into those are great suggestions to maybe moving forward. We can research more on the times and of the employees and to best suit their needs. But yeah, we'll look into your comment, and we certainly appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Sure. The flexibility that you have provided is great. It really does show some sincere thinking about how to optimize for everybody. I'll make a comment in writing about the minimum being greater than 1 level 2, because I think that would be necessary to ensure long dwell time charging.
Great. And any proposed code language would be greatly appreciated as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you.
Sven?
Hi there. Thank you, guys. Thank you all for everything that you're doing. This is complicated and hard. Again, I want to reiterate what Dennis and Dwight have been saying about, who are we supplying EV infrastructure for, and how are they going to use it? And I only can think about Guy Hall, who's not here, and his wife and my wife. They're both in the medical profession. His wife delivers babies. Mine cuts out skin cancer. And all I can think about is, they don't want to park their car to have a DC fast charging, plug their car in, and then suddenly have an emergency where they have to run into work, because they both work at hospitals. And then they leave their car there, and all sorts of bad things happen, including a whole bunch of, they don't allow access to that DC fast charger anymore. So to us, it makes a lot of sense, given that we're trying, ask the question, who are you trying to serve? And Enrique, I asked that question, who are you trying to serve? And it seems like I'm not in objection to the DC fast charger, although there's a lot of maintenance issues around them, as you've seen, probably read in the San Francisco Chronicle. But have a bank of low power level 2s, just receptacles that are, weather rated, where people can go in, plug in, and be there the entire day, or 12 hours even, as they need, without having reduced accessibility to anybody else. Because again, who is your user and what is the dwell time? We think that's really important. But really appreciate the work you guys are doing.
Thank you, Sven, for that comment.
Guy?
Yes. By the way, thank you, Sven, for reminding the team on the challenges that hospital workers have, which are not unsimilar to others. But with respect to the DC fast chargers, is it permitted under the code that I know they're required to be a minimum of 50 kilowatts, but are they permitted to share a reduced load with several other DC fast chargers? Are they able to essentially, is there a requirement that all of the fast chargers installed would be able to run simultaneously at the 50 watts, kilowatts?
Yeah, let me reply, and then somebody else can, if they have a more specific response. But for clarification, the 2022 code does not specify the minimum amperage for a DCFC. While industry standard is kind of a minimum of 50 and can go up to like 250, 300, the code doesn't specify a minimum. It used to in the during the initial meetings and initial statement of reasons, but that's not what is codified currently. As for allowing DCFCs to modulate power, we have an allowance for an AMLS system, but it doesn't specifically talk about, it talks about multiple EVs, charging multiple EVs simultaneously, but it doesn't specifically talk about DCFCs.
So then if I understand what you're saying correctly, and I apologize for not being up to date on the definitions, but it could be the 20 kilowatt fast chargers or even below to replace the level 2s. Is that correct?
It's any DCFC, but I think the industry standard is 50 kW.
Well, there certainly are those that are down at toward the 20 and perhaps below. So I don't know that there's 50 as a standard.
Yeah, no, Lonnie, does anybody have any specific response to this? I know in general, industry standard has moved away even from the 50s and are now, moving up higher. But yeah, as written, without really defining a minimum kV requirement for DCFCs, yeah, you could install, well, I guess whatever would be considered a DCFC and would have to be acceptable by the local enforcement agency.
And do you know the reason? Well, I guess I can look back in history as to why that minimum was removed.
I'd have to go back and look, but we can certainly get back to you if you want to look at. We can look at the rationale, and we can certainly discuss that and give you an answer to that. I don't remember specifically. I think we were trying to be not set a minimum because we were potentially maybe excluding some manufacturers that at that time were producing a DCFC that might have had lower kW.
Thank you for your offer, but I can go back and look it up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the comment.
Enrique, I might have one addition for you there.
Okay.
This is Dwight McCurdy. Interestingly, ABB has a Terra series of DC charging stations, one of which is their 24 or 25 kilowatt unit. And I would note that several of the dealerships where I have taken vehicles have installed that unit because it's only about 10,000, maybe 9,000 for the unit itself. And they can install that in their three-phase electrical system without having to go to all the trouble that you would have to go to for a 50 kilowatt unit. So I know that the dealerships have taken advantage of the 25 kilowatt limit. I'm not sure about other situations, but I have observed that.
Okay. Yeah.
And to add a little bit to that, Dwight, Milani, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe even Tesla has installed 20 kilowatt charging DC fast charging bays.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me just, I guess one comment that I do have, I currently like a level 2 is like 9.6 kW. So when you multiply on a 1:5 ratio, so when you have 5 level 2s at 9.6, that's 48 kW. So I think that's the 1:5 ratio, but probably that's there's a correlation there. But I do understand that sounds like there's other DCFCs that are lower than this, kind of a 50 kW.
Enrique, you did some math just now. Was that 240 times 40 or 240 times 32?
So 9.6 kW is like your level 2 charger.
Yeah, but what math did you use to get it? Because 240 times 32 is not that number. 240 times 32 is around 8.
Okay, so hold on. So 40 amps, right?
Yeah, but it's 32 derated. You can't deliver 40. You got to deliver 32.
32.
It's
Okay.
7.6 kW.
Yep. So you can round it to 8-ish if you want, but it's not the 9. It's not the 10-ish.
Oh yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. Maybe somebody can provide like the. I do understand that there's DCFCs that could be potentially used, but maybe we can have further discussion of that. Does anybody want to provide any direct feedback to or response to that comment?
Hi, yeah, I'm happy to jump in. This is Noelani Derrickson at Tesla on a couple of things that were raised, maybe starting at the KW requirement for DC fast charging. We had advocated with several other charging providers that there would be a KW requirement for DC fast charging in this code. I also can't recall why it was removed. And so happy to have that discussion again for consideration. Perhaps it was because it's in the electrical code or other California codes, but we should look back into that. I think what our recommendation was as a broader industry was that it be set at the 150 kW level for DC fast charging. So happy to have sidebar conversations and submit some comments on that. In addition, just want to provide a little bit of history. So there have been several jurisdictions throughout California that have already had in place a DC fast charging compliance pathway for CALGreen for several years now. And that's been extremely helpful for very specific non-residential buildings where they have very short dwell times, like shopping centers or grocery stores. Most non-residential buildings do not fit the right requirements for fast charging. And as I'm sure everyone on this call would know, fast charging is very expensive, significantly more expensive than level 2 charging, low power level 2 charging, and definitely level 1 charging. And so it only makes sense in very specific use cases, which I think some of the other charging providers can also weigh in on. So I think that's important to note, that this allowance right here, these several agenda items we've been talking through, are compliance alternatives for very specific building types where this type of charging makes sense. By and large, most of the new residential buildings will provide the level 2 charging that's required here, either EV capable or EVSE installed. And so I think that's an important piece to note, specific, Dwight, I think, to some of your questions. And during the last code cycle, this discussion came up in terms of employee parking, and part of the decision was that one level 2 EVSE installed be required at minimum to serve any potential employee parking.
Thanks, Noelani.
We had Susanna with her hand up.
Hi, yeah, Sue Saunders with Cool the Earth. I just wanted to say that the issue with the DC fast chargers is also battery degradation. They do, cause more of that battery degradation than the level 2. So, putting that on people in a workplace or renters would, cause their car to lose that battery power faster than if they use level 2. And also to Sven's point, who are we trying to serve? I'm a teacher and I work in a school. And when I go in, you hit the ground running. I would not have time to go, charge my car for 45 minutes and then go out and move it so somebody else could use the charger. So it seems to me that, so many things, the cost, the battery degradation would make the level 2 or low level 2 make more sense. Thanks.
Thank you.
Matthew?
Go ahead, Matthew. You're muted.
Oh, great. I'm Matt Nelson with Electrify America. My colleague Alma, I think, spoke on an earlier point. I just want to reiterate, so from a public charging perspective, the charging powers continue to increase. For instance, the National EV Infrastructure Program, or the NEVI program, has set a minimum floor of 150 kilowatts per charger for DC fast charging. And we deploy 150 and 350 kilowatt chargers exclusively. We don't deploy anything lower than that. So the deployment of DC fast charging is moving up the power levels curve pretty rapidly. In fact, a recent study from NREL found that more than 50% of all chargers, DC fast chargers, are now deployed at the what are generally considered ultra fast levels. So it is moving away from the low power charging, but we would have no opposition in agenda item 2G, the one that's focused on the 5-to-1 ratio. We have no opposition to there being a minimum power level on that item. I believe that earlier drafts included an 80 kilowatt minimum. We think that's a reasonable level. I think at different times folks have talked about 50. 50 really is a very, very slow charging speed for DC fast charging, and for modern vehicles, it only adds 3 miles of range per minute. And so generally the industry is moving to higher power levels. We'd have no opposition to that. But I did, if this is the appropriate time, I wanted to speak to the new proposal for a power levels alternative, which I believe is item 2J. Is now, I've been a little unclear, and is that the appropriate, is now an appropriate time for me to speak to that item, or is it not ready?
Matt, let's first take care of this current item. We haven't moved on to the next.
Okay. Happy to wait.
Thank you.
There are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay. Okay, so no more questions or comments pertaining to that item. I'm going to move on to agenda item 2H, which we've kind of bounced back and forth. This is where BSC is proposing the 2-to-1 ratio for low power level 2 EV charging receptacles. So we removed a 10% minimum requirement. Does anybody have any comments specific to this proposal?
James?
Hi, it's Jim Fry from 2050 Helping IOUs. So this is where that line is about the reduced proportionally.
Yes.
Right. So that's going to be considered again, right?
Right. We're gonna look into that. Yes. Thank you.
Excellent. My next question is, how exactly is ALMS supported? The fraction of a paragraph you use a little bit lower it's kind of hard to understand the impact of any changes you have for ALMS in this setting.
You want a CALGreen?
Yeah, we're gonna get a CALGreen code book. I forgot it on my desk, but we'll look at that right now, and then I'll read exactly what it says, and then see if you still have concerns.
Thank you. Then I recommend capitalizing the terms wherever they can be found, like low power level 2 EV charging receptacles. So that's
okay.
my recurring theme. So.
Yeah. We've noted that comment. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, that's it for H. Thanks.
Okay. So I'm gonna read. It's for AMLS. It's code section 5.106.5.3.3, and it states use of automatic load management systems. AMLS shall be permitted for electric vehicle charging stations, period. When AMLS is installed, the required electrical load capacity specified in section 5106.5.3.1, which is for the EV capable spaces, for each EVCS may be reduced when serviced by an EVSE controlled by an AMLS. Each EVSE controlled by an AMLS shall deliver a minimum 30 amperes to an EV when charging one vehicle and shall deliver a minimum 3.3 kW while simultaneously charging multiple EVs.
And are there things changing in the code
No.
this cycle?
That's staying.
Okay. One of the best things about ALMS is that when the car is finished charging, it can actually remove available power from that parking spot and deliver that power somewhere else. And when you hold the hard minimum constantly available to that spot, that type of economic benefit is reduced. And I just want to make sure that the community understands the language in this case is really impacting the ability for ALMS to zero out that spot when the car is full. And there's this great JPL 50 spot parking lot that I have access to their dashboard. And you can see some of the cars finish charging 2.5 hours after they've finished parking. And it's exciting because after that is over, the power they used can be allocated to a different car that arrived later in the day. So please just triple check the full intention of holding a hard minimum there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. And if you have a proposed code amendment to that specific code section, by all means, please send us an email with your proposal and we can route it with other state agencies. Thank you.
There are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, so now moving on to agenda item 2I that pertains to what we're calling it power allocation method. So you have two methods of compliance. One is the current utilizing section 106.5.2, which we just finished discussing, and the allowance for the swapping of DCFCs and low power level 2s. And then the other compliance method is based on strictly power in kVAs. So what this proposal is doing is basically we looked at the requirements in table 3.1 and we crafted an alternative method that really kind of opens it up for the use of any type of charger, because it's all based on kVA. So the proposal right now has, and I have to say here, this in here we mentioned DSA, but DSA's, they're hosting their own workshop, and this is going to a little bit different. So please ignore this DSA banner, as in their proposal they're doing kind of a different method and simplifying this table. So for today's presentation, it's strictly BSC's proposal. So wherever there's a DSA, that is not going to be the case necessarily. So that said, this would be a BSC amendment only, and we are basically allowing. So it says power allocated method shall include the following: use kVA in any combination, EV capable, low power, level 2, or DCFC EVSC. And then we're still maintaining that at least one level 2 shall be provided. And then EV capable spaces shall meet the requirements of section 106.5.3.1, which then takes you to the current mandatory section for EV capable spaces. So we don't want to change any of those existing requirements. So moving on to the actual table, we're trying to do an equivalent to what's currently required under table 3.1. So this is our best attempt at trying to be equal with the two compliance methods. I know we received some comments from Alma, and we will certainly look into these suggested edits to clarify the intent of this table. does anybody, I guess the other thing I would like to say is that we're still trying to, would want to maintain the minimum of 1 level 2. And so that's why this kind of has stayed constant. With that said, does anybody have any comments pertaining to this proposed code of amendment?
Dennis?
Thank you. Yeah, this is Dennis Corrales, former Deputy State Architect. On your table, Enrique, is the level 2, the 9.6, is that correct? Because as we discussed just prior, a level 2 has a flowing amps of 32. It's not a 40 amp because it has to be derated. Is that a typo, or is there something that I'm not catching here on that?
No, actually, thank you for that comment. Paul, are you from DSA? Are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, Paul, can you respond to Dennis Corrales when we converted KW to KVA and regarding this 9.6?
Yeah, so we didn't use the 32 amps. We used the full 40 amps when we did this calculation. So I think that may be where you're getting the numbers messed up.
Okay, I thought that well, the KVA was the actual flowing current, but I could be wrong because I'm not an electrical engineer, obviously. But
yeah, it is. So we took the kilowatts divided by the I mean, I can go through the calculations if you want me to here, or
no, let's not take the time. If that's correct, then fine. I just, because we talked earlier about how it really wasn't 9.6 actual power being supplied because you have to derate the device to 80%.
Yeah, so the calculations that we did, the 9.6 is the KVA.
Yeah, it's pre-derating because you're sizing the wire before derating.
Okay, right. So you're not running right at the edge there. I understand that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that one. And then my second comment is we really applaud you giving the flexibility to create more spaces at longer dwell times. But we do have concerns about when is the use of a higher power level 2 and the DCFCs going to provide kind of an out to is it going to be misapplied and reduce the availability of charging in long dwell time situations? I mean, Noelani talked about how certain things don't lend themselves to long dwell times, but student parking, employee parking does. Is there any way that you could kind of not let this be misapplied and perhaps by different occupancies? That's something to think about because we feel that some people may use this as an opportunity to not provide as much charging as is needed. And thank you again for the ability to make a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Dennis. Yeah, I think that we've been hearing a lot of this using different requirements for different occupancies and uses. So I think I don't think we have time during this intervening code cycle to look into that, but for the next triennial, I think it's worthy to look into, worth looking into kind of the uses and see how we can make it more specific to specific occupancies and use. Thank you for that comment.
Thank you. And I think that will help address the concerns about who is the charging for. And that's something to keep in mind. Thank you for that consideration.
Thank you, Dennis.
Enrique, would you mind if I jumped in?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. So there's been a number of comments relating to schools, and I raised my hand, lowered it, raised my hand, lowered it, but I figured it's probably appropriate. And Dennis, I appreciate all of your comments. And I know you introduced yourself as former, but I might use the word emeritus, but just appreciate you joining the meetings. And I believe Suzanne made an earlier comment as well. I'll just use this as sort of a marketing ploy to get people to attend the schools workshop on the 30th. We did send out a notification. I will let you know that we are not making any changes to the current 5-to-1, which is a 5-to-1 replacement of capable spaces, but not introducing a 5-to-1 ratio for chargers. We're keeping the consistent. And that's really in recognition to some of the things we're talking about here, which is dwell times. We see that staff at schools, and students at schools benefit from longer dwell times. And so our focus is going to be on this power alternative. And I know you're not calling it an alternative now, so I'll just recognize that. But and our table isn't vastly different. It will look different, but the core requirements are going to be very similar to what folks see here. And we're also introducing things that would require upgrades to alterations similar to BSC, but slightly different. So I would just invite everybody to attend the schools workshop, because in recognition to the occupancy comment Dennis just made, we recognize that schools have a very distinct different or a distinct use pattern on their facilities. Certainly a funding pattern is a little bit different as well, but the use pattern is of primary concern for students and staff on school facilities. So we've benefited greatly from being involved in this process and appreciate BSC's support in this, but we also look forward to having school-specific requirements included in the intervening cycle.
Well, thank you again. That was a very nice compliment, Eric, and I would plan on attending your session on the 30th. And
great, good to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matthew?
Hey y'all, it's Matt Nelson again from Electrify America. First of all, thank you for, we wanted to start by thanking the staff, Enrique and Mia and all the staff that have worked on this proposal. You really have considered the comments and suggestions over the last number of months that we and others have put forward for how to incentivize more deployment of charging. And this proposal really, the inclusion of this concept of a power levels approach is a major step forward. It really is a credit to you all. And it's gonna, we expect other states to begin following your lead on this in a very real way. So thank you, first of all, for putting it forward. We did send a letter, I believe late yesterday, expressing our support with a number of other partners from the EV charging industry. So we appreciate you doing this, and we wanted to make sure to first start with thank you. As Enrique, you alluded to, we did send some very mostly pretty minor technical amendments of how to make the table that's on the screen right now a little clearer for permitting officials. We by no means think we have solved that, but we identified a few areas where clarity could go up. And I wanted to draw attention to one issue that we believe there's clear intent, but might not be coming across in the rationale. The rationale states that the goal, and I quote, is to allow complete flexibility to use any KVA combination of EV capable, level 1, lower power level 2, level 2, and DC-FC EVSE. And the only way and we think that is a tremendous objective. We think that's exactly the way to go. It will lead to a lot more chargers being deployed, as opposed to EV capable wiring of parking lots that might not lead to chargers. It incentivizes actual charger deployment. So we think that's a tremendous goal. The only way that works that makes sense from our perspective, and again, we fully expect this was your intent, is that the power level equivalency is applied across as an alternative to both the EV capable requirements in what I always refer to as .1, this section with it that ends in .1, and the EVSE requirements in .2. And the text only refers in the the rationale only refers to the section in .2. And so we think the intent here is to include both. That's certainly what would operationally work, but we wanted to highlight that clarifying that is really important for building officials. So that was our number one substantive comment, but most importantly, the concept here of a power levels approach is really forward-leaning, and we're very supportive of it, and we thank the staff for being very thoughtful about how to address this issue. And I want to address a last point is there's been kind of a concern that this would lead to kind of a less compliance. And I think that we can put that concern to bed. DC fast charging is so much more expensive than wiring a parking lot for level 2, that there aren't really any scenarios where somebody would install DC fast charging and manage it and maintain it and pay the utility bills associated with it as like a workaround. This is a much more expensive option, but it's the right option for certain use cases, short dwell time locations where people only spend less than an hour. If we wire those parking lots for level 2 chargers, those chargers might never be installed. And that's the thing that's the missed opportunity, that if we can instead in those locations say, well, if you're not going to install, if you're not probably ever going to install those level 2 chargers, you can instead install that same amount of power now in an operational charger that serves consumers from day one of that building opening. That's a real big win for consumers, for EV drivers, most importantly, that they'll get more charging options, not less. So it's not by no means do we think that this would lead to less charging. It's actually the opposite. It allows more charging to be deployed faster instead of wiring that might not ever be utilized. So sorry to maybe take a little bit too much time, but most importantly, thank you guys for, thank you to the whole team for putting together a thoughtful proposal here. We have a few technical edits and some clarifications on intent, but conceptually, this is a really good concept, and we're very supportive.
Thank you, Matthew. We really appreciate, first of all, your comments, and then also the support letter that was submitted with the coalition, EVgo, and others. So really appreciate that support letter, and look forward to reviewing more specifically your proposed amendments, and we'll be considering those. Thank you so much.
James?
Should we let Maya go first, or Mia?
If you'd like.
Oh, no, go ahead, James.
Oh, okay. All right. Little stuff like the text KVA, the K should be a little k. So the metric term, the term is little KVA.
Okay.
Little stuff like that, pun intended, I guess. Another point is 9.6 presumes a 40 amp circuit at 240 volts, which is cool. What it can't help is if your building has 208 volts and you're stuck with this 9.6 in the code. So what you might consider is adding another column, one column for a 240 volt building and another column for 208. That might be very readable. I think more columns are better in certain cases. And that could be a sub column for what you call column 2, and possibly your, yeah, so you get the idea.
3 and 4 and 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
I believe that the title in your third column is hard to read correctly.
Okay.
And I'm sure that's one of the things that Matthew had brought up. Right away you read like minimum KVA is what you read when you start the column, right?
Mm-hmm.
But obviously this is a quantity of EVSEs. So if you're new to the table, you don't see the word quantity. So hopefully you understand that.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. This minimum is an issue, because we say here one minimum anyway. So That could
Except
be,
all of the above, right? Is it a quantity of chargers? Is that what this is? Right? So.
Yeah.
Okay.
that is correct.
Nice. And should column 2, should the title read total KVA for all spaces?
So I'll tell you what our intent is. Our intent is to, just like we are requiring a minimum of 1 level 2 charger at all times, we want to maintain this level that we are cognizant of the same KVA allocation for
Right.
level.
Yeah. So for column 2, is this minimum total KVA?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Great
thank
job.
you. We'll look into that. Thanks so much.
And that probably fits for column 4 then too, but the word minimum, I guess.
Yeah. Thank you for those comments. Okay.
Can I go ahead and go, Enrique?
Yes, Mia, you have the
Okay.
floor.
All right. Well, first of all, I really appreciate those comments because as I read some of these items too, I was curious if the order of the wording was accurate or not. But I do want to thank Paul Johnson at the Division of the State Architect. He's a senior electrical engineer over there, and he assisted us quite a bit with this work. And so I wanted to make sure he was acknowledged if Enrique didn't already do that. And I think he may have said something earlier. I don't know if all of you know, but we don't have an electrical engineer here on site. So that we rely on DSA for some of this work, and they've been really generous with their time. And so I really appreciate that. And then I wanted to circle back a little bit on the the occupancy load, or the, oh no, I should say load, the occupancy question of differentiating employee parking versus, we'll just say business parking or visitor parking, which has been quite a challenge for us to come up with for a variety of reasons. So what it might be helpful, because some of you may have access to this information, is if there's any reports or documents out there that would show us where different types of charging are installed. And I don't mean where, like, you know, there's 20 in Bakersfield, there's 40 in San Jose, but I mean, if they are at businesses, and if there are, what types of businesses, because I think there's the notion of, you know, like the office building that we're in, we have very few visitors and we have more employees in this office building. And then when you go to a grocery store or something like that, you have both a lot of visitors and quite a few employees. So the challenge that we have with the non-residential electric vehicle charging regulations is, you know, we're not really in the business of dictating where or what occupancies go where. So it makes it a bit of a challenge when developing minimum regulations for different dwell times. And so if there were any reports out there that you could send us, that would be fantastic, so we can have a better understanding of perhaps what's being installed where. Yeah. So that's my question. I don't know if Enrique, you had any questions that you wanted to ask of the group either.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, any information you can provide to support your comments or help us in crafting the next set of, next round of amendments would definitely be very helpful. Reports or studies, all of that information would be very useful to us. Yeah, thank you so much, Mia, for those comments.
Eric?
Hi, Mia, and everybody. Just quick comments on use occupancy for collaboration purposes. I think business, you mentioned your building, and I think the business occupancy provides the greatest challenge, primarily because every business has different public-facing programs that it operates under. One business might have heavy public use and traffic, where another business like yours doesn't. Even within DSA, we have that challenge, right? We have outward facing programs that have higher level of public traffic. And then here at headquarters, we have a lower level of traffic, and we're simply across the hall. So I think that will present the largest challenge. Retail is a little bit more clear. There's probably a ratio that could be defined or decided upon, or maybe readily available. But it's just my comment on the B occupancies in general, as opposed to the retail space.
Thank you, Eric, for that comment.
There are no other hands raised right now.
Okay. All right. Since we don't have any further comments pertaining to this item, I'd like to proceed on to the next agenda item, which is more informational, but let's go there. Sorry about that. So now I'm moving on to the next agenda item, which is basically where we're at moving forward, the things that we need to look at in preparing these initial documents to move on to getting them preparing for the kind of the official rulemaking. These are the Title 24 has these procedures. We have to review the Administrative Procedures Act. I'm not going to read all of these. Everybody has access to these, but these are the laws that we have to abide by. And of course, we have our building standards law. And this kind of guides us through the rulemaking procedures when we're trying to codify something into Title 24. We also have to look at the California Administrative Code, which is Part 1 of Title 24. It kind of also gives us regulations that we need to follow when preparing rulemaking Title 24 documents. Part of those documents include the face sheet. This is something that we have to prepare when we file with the Office of Administrative Law. We have the requirements for this express terms. Right now, what you saw today were the initial express terms. As we move forward, we're going to take those initial express terms, and we're going to, after we go into the after Code Advisory Committee, and before we go into the formal public comment period, we'll convert those initial express terms into what we call the express terms or final express terms. Another piece of documentation that we need is a 9-point criteria analysis. This is basically looking, there's 9 points that basically laws that we have to look to make sure we're not duplicating codes, we're not being ambiguous, that we looked into things that are not unfair, capricious, unnecessary code amendments. And then the final one is the State Fire Marshal has to review the proposals and sign off on those proposals before we move forward into the formal rulemaking process. So that's what we call a 9-point criteria analysis. Also, so we have to do what we call this NOPA, Notice of Proposed Action, in which we have to then describe adverse impacts to businesses, impacts to job creation, elimination, expansion, talk about the benefits and welfare for California citizens. In other words, the proposed regulation, it has a benefit to the citizens of California. And then also we make sure that we're not causing impacts to housing. For us, it's not a problem because it's all non-residential. So and then what you'll see as we go to the next step in the presentation today, you saw the rationale and the initial express terms in one document. As we move forward, we're going to take that rationale and we have to actually do an initial statement of reasons, which is basically the rationale for every single proposed code amendment. So we'll itemize it like we did today with items, and then we'll coordinate the initial statement of reasons, rationale with the proposed amendment, so everybody knows exactly why we're proposing that code change. And then once again, we have to show evidence of no significant adverse impact on business, also affect the regulations on jobs and businesses. Basically, making sure that we're doing something that is that we can justify, that is good for California. And then, of course, that we're not eliminating jobs and are causing, undue hardship to the regulated community. As another document that's also required kind of for this like initial submittal that is due to BSC December 1st, and I'll show a slide on that right now, is we have to do what we call an economic and fiscal impact form, which is 399. This is basically the reports, the analysis that show cost benefit analysis and impacts to small businesses, the creation of jobs. And basically it's a cost benefit of the proposed regulations, and also the benefit derived from those regulations. So it's basically the cost reports that are submitted as part of this initial rulemaking package. And then let me move this out of the way. Yeah. Hi, Sven. Let me take a comment at this point. Go ahead, Sven.
Hey, Enrique, this is somewhat tongue in cheek. Does it say anywhere that the rules need to be incrementally written?
No, we don't.
Okay,
we
just
don't have
checking.
That
Checking.
that's specifically written in this as part of the rulemaking process. And
okay,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Tongue in cheek, sir.
No, I get it. There just has to be justified, and you have to look at all the cost, the analysis of costs and impacts. So there's a whole lot that gets reviewed, and then this also gets, at least from BSC's perspective. Well, this is going to answer some of those questions. Okay, so, and I can't really see what's behind it, but there's something on my screen here. Okay. So the next steps, now that we've garnered input from stakeholders, interested parties, we're going to take our proposals, fine tune them, right, and do the initial express terms with the initial statement of reasons, the notice of proposed action, the NOPA, the 399, basically the documents that I just described. We have to put together packages, and these packages are due to submit to ourselves December 1st of 2022. The same goes for other state agencies that are proposing amendments. They all submit documents to BSC by December 1st. So in preparation of that, we're going to coordinate with the state agencies based on comments received today. We have to prepare these documents, and BSC needs to submit the documents to our department legal folks for fiscal review, which would be Department of General Services. We also have to submit the documents to the Department of Finance for the review. And so this actually needs to be done within the next 2 to 3 weeks, way in advance of December 1st. So we have to send them off, and then we may get some feedback from Department of Finance or legal folks at DGS. Then after December 1st, we're going to receive all the documents and initial proposals from the various state agencies. Then we have to review them, every single package, and make sure that they're following the Administrative Procedures Act and our building standards law. And so those are the things that we'll be doing for reviewing other state agencies' packages and our own as well. And then this is all done in preparation of what we call the Code Advisory Committee, which is pretty much like the first time that the public is going to see what the proposals are, and it's an open public meeting. And the Code Advisory Committee is basically committee members that represent a variety of expertise in California. Some maybe like an electrical engineer, contractor, somebody representing public. So there's basically a variety of different expertise that are going to comment on our proposed amendments. Every state agency's proposed amendment. Then after that, and this is going to occur early in spring of 2023. And then after that, once we receive comments from the Code Advisory Committee, we will then prepare the documents to share with the public at large, which will be what we call our 45-day comment period, which is spring of 2023. And then after that, we will go to the commission to obtain input and action, which is slated for 2023. Does anybody have any? I see some hands raised. Let me take some of those comments and before I move on.
Jim?
Hi, Jim Fry from 2050, helping the California IOUs. I think Emily gave us an October date, like the 8th for her inputs. Enrique, can you give us a crisp date that works for you guys?
Well, so by October 8th, we really need these documents. We're asking state agencies to provide, at least for CARBs, our proposals that they're providing us assistance with 399 and also for the medium heavy duty. We need those like the first few days of October, because by the Friday of, I think it's October 8th. So October 7th, I will be giving those documents to Mia for her review. And then those are going to get turned around and be submitted, I believe, on the 14th. So yeah, these, the reports or any information that you could provide, cost benefit, things like that, really are needed like as soon as possible, and definitely prior to that, whenever Emily told you that specific date.
Enrique, this is Jenna with HCD, and I just wanted to specify that our date is actually October 6th.
Okay, great.
So the 8th is a Saturday. That's why I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, I probably just guessed wrong. So
oh yeah, no, that's fine. I just wanted to let you know. And like Enrique said, as soon as possible. And we are accepting comments through our Title 24 email inbox. And I can say that one more time so that everyone gets it. It's Title 24, TITLE 24 at hcd.ca.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna, for that.
Kurt?
Oh, yes, thank you. Kurt Hurley with the City of Berkeley. Enrique, I have the EV capable space suggestion on the slight modifications in the commas. Your email is at dgs.ca.gov, and then the first part of it is...
Yeah, it's Enrique, ENRIQUE, period.
Okay.
Rodriguez, RODRIGUEZ, @ David Gary Sam.ca, California.gov for government.
So it's Enrique, ENRIQUE .RODRIGUEZ at dgs.ca.gov.
Correct. Yes. Thank you for
Great.
that. Appreciate
Sure,
it.
of course. Thank you.
Dennis?
Hi, this is Dennis Corrales again. I have two questions regarding the Form 399s. When will those be available for public inspection?
So 399, I believe, I know BSC in the past, we've posted those. I think we've done that in the past. I'd have to go back and look, Dennis, to see when we do include it as an attachment.
I understand. And my other last question is, to what extent, in your experience, do you consider externalities such as when you're doing your financial impact, such as air pollution and all those various other things that are admittedly challenging to quantify, but still are out there? Can you just kind of talk about that briefly? And then Thank you.
Yeah, so normally for us, we heavily rely on CARB's report, and in the past, they do cite some of those benefits derived from these regulations. I don't know that they specifically, actually, there's several reports out there, and I could certainly provide some of those to you so you can review what's been done in the past, Dennis. But
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Enrique. And I would suggest that you may want to consider some of the economic impacts on the multifamily housing occupants, because to the extent that we've been talking about, they're going to have difficulty charging or be forced to use more expensive fast charging. That is an impact that would be fairly pervasive, and hopefully that'll be able to figure into the calculations. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dennis.
Mia.
Hi there. Yeah, I just want to circle back on due dates. And I appreciate Jenna clarifying what's needed for HCD. I just wanted to reiterate here that, you know, each state agency has their own internal review process. And so it may seem inconsistent that we have a different date than HCD. And for that matter, even DSA might have some other internal. But I don't think it was made clear is BSC would need comments and any documents relied upon by September 30th. That would be helpful. So I think it's helpful to have an actual date for everyone. And this would be for our regulations. So I know that on September 30th, DSA is conducting their own EV workshop. They may have some additional internal due dates that they have, but for the purposes of non-residential EV, September 30th would be the date we need comments, and when we need cost benefit analysis information, and when we need any reports or documents relied upon, that would be incredibly helpful, because internally, as Enrique said, we have to assemble all that information. And I'm not sure that everyone realizes that this is only, the EV regs are only one piece of what we're doing for CALGreen. There are several other regulations in CALGreen that we're modifying. And so this effort is happening times about 4. So we have a lot of work to do in order to meet our October 14th of submitting to DSA legal and fiscal. So I just wanted to mention that. And then I want to reply to Dennis's question about the availability of the 399. So the 399 is a Department of Finance form. And it is currently not in an accessible format, so we have not posted the 399 in the past on our website. However, upon request, we can provide that 399 to anyone who asks. I think what's important to make clear is the cost benefit analysis information that's provided in the notice of proposed action that goes out prior to the public comment period, and some of the cost benefit analysis is included in the initial statement of reasons. Reflects what's in the 399. The 399 that we put together and is going through a parallel review process with DGS Legal and DGS Finance, and then ultimately Department of Finance is draft. And that a lot of that information may be asked to be clarified or modified by Department of Finance. So while it won't be signed until later on in the process, so I just kind of want to make sure that's clear for everybody. So if anybody asks for the 399, it would be available sometime after that December 1st date.
Thank you for the clarification, Mia.
Sure, anytime.
Thank you, Mia, for that clarification. Appreciate it.
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, so no more questions. I'm going to move on. And I think this is pretty much going to start wrapping it up here. So this is our Title 24 development process timeline. We are currently in what we call pre-cycle. So we are literally right here. We will be, like I said, December 1st is the deadline to submit the initial proposed amendments to BSC, which would put us here on December 1st. Then moving on, as I mentioned, we're going to go to the Code Advisory Committee meetings that will occur between Feb and March. And then after that, we will prepare documents for the kind of the official start of the rulemaking, which is the public comment period, which is our 45-day and potentially 15-day express terms and ISOR language, and that'll occur between April and May 2023. Then our final rulemaking and getting everything ready and in front of the commission. We'll do our final BSC review, and then we'll go to the commission for final action on the state agency proposals. Then after that, we will scramble and prepare everything ready for publication. We'll work with the publishers. And once again, this intervening code amendments will hopefully be, we always hit our mark. So January 1 of 2024, it will be published, available for purchase. Fingers crossed, we've never missed the deadline that I'm aware of. And then with the effective date of July 1, 2024. So that's our 18 to 20 month process that we follow every 18 months. So final slide here is basically public participation. I can honestly say that this intervening code cycle has been, I think, been a really good way for us to obtain and garner input from stakeholders, and these pre-cycle workshops have been very beneficial. So we're getting ready. We're basically pretty much done with this, getting ready for code advisory, and then we'll get to the 45-day, and then we'll get to the actual commission hearing. And these are the laws that we have to abide by when we start getting into code advisory committees and, of course, the commission hearing. So this is all kind of broad input for our Administrative Procedures Act and public participation. So with that said, kind of our final steps, we're going to reach out, make sure that basically that we're going to obtain the support documentation that we need for this initial submittal. We may utilize, like it says here, to assist during the Code Advisory Committee recommendations, and then we'll resume these meetings back in Q1 of 2023 to discuss the next steps for the next triennial. I appreciate everybody's input and labor of love that I can see that folks are very passionate about, and we're certainly very excited to have everybody's input. And with that said, I think there's just action items. I think we're right about, we have 5 minutes to go. I think we have a pretty good list of what's needed next, and all the suggestions and comments that have been documented. So we'll make sure that we go back and look at all those proposed and suggested changes. We have one raised hand.
Agenda item 5.
Agenda item 5. That's so for agenda item 5. Does anybody have anything they'd like to add for related items not on the agenda at this time?
There are no hands raised.
No hands raised. Okay, great. Yeah, and I said action items. I think we have enough information here and everybody's input. So with that said, I'd like to adjourn this meeting, and any final comments from the state agencies, HCD and DSA and or CARB.
Eric?
Thank you. Yeah, I'd just again like to thank BSC and HCD for the opportunity to be a part of this process. It's been a tremendous effort. Not done yet, so still have some heavy lifting to do, but look forward to seeing everybody at our workshop on the 30th.
Great, thank you, Eric, for that. We'll make sure to attend.
Yeah, this is Emily Withers with HCD. Thank you very much, everybody, for all your contributions and your patience. And willing to negotiate too. We've negotiated and, I think we could have a good working relationship and hope for, a good CALGreen for this next cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, for those comments. Okay, I think Cart might have already gone, but that's okay. Yeah, any final parting thoughts?
No, just saying thanks to everybody for their thoughtful input. I really appreciate the very specific technical amendments that some of the folks have proposed. It's going to be very helpful to make sure that the regulations are enforceable and clear. And so I look forward to seeing those comments as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mia. And I'd just like to say thank you to everyone for attending today's meeting. Thank you so much, and we'll stay in touch. Have a great day.
Thank you, guys.